She makes her eyelids glisten, 'cause she wants them all to turn around. She loves when people listen, and she loves when they don't make a sound. Strong lights and pop machines, always in the perfect light. The way she pretends to be indifferent. The way she pretends to be indifferent. She always times her entrance, and she never looks into the crowd. She craves the raw attention. She'll do anything but not out loud. Pastels and cherry gloss, she wants to rule the night. The way she pretends to be indifferent. The way she pretends to be indifferent. She always times her entrance, and she never looks into the crowd. She craves raw attention. She'll do anything but not out loud. Oh, yeah. The way she pretends to be impatient. The way she pretends to be
it's really cold tonight. I see my breath on the window. Give me a shot to numb the pain. How did this happen to me? Feel like I'm floating in limbo. Start spinning round and round again. I can't believe she's gone. The city lights are lonely. Indelible lines were drawn. Life will never be the same without her. I keep falling faster. I can't get past her. I keep falling faster. I can't believe she's gone. I can't believe she's gone. I can't believe she's gone. I can't believe she's gone.
Can't eat or sleep another night, 'cause I got neon in my vision, a heartbeat out of time. Take me back to where I recognize my mind. Oh, 'cause I wanna get another step ahead.
Rafał z tą dziką pozycją. Zobacz, co on wyprawia na backlinie. Forsaken.
Storm keeps raging on.
Antonio, on niekryty. Zdoła pierwszą eliminację. I to będzie multi-kill.
Darkness moves Demons bury odds against me. Time to break the chain. Heroes fighting for my destiny. They're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
Hello and welcome everybody once again on Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga season number 12. We've come a long way in this league, but we are right here, right now on the second day of the split with me, usually your pre-host, pre-show host, but today I am meant to be a caster, but luckily for me and for you guys, I have Solari with me.
Hi, it's actually going to be my pleasure. We've never cast with Majutek ever before, but I have really high expectations, so if you don't deliver, we're not friends anymore. No pressure.
That's a lot of pressure to me, but okay.
Just
okay.
kidding, you're gonna do fantastic, I know that.
I did my hair like a pro caster. I wear a shirt. I even got a sword here. So so I try
That's
to
the
be
most
as
important part, yeah.
professional as possible. Guys, we had a crazy day yesterday, mainly because almost nobody believed in back to the game wins beside me, and we made a deal with Solari and Kasper. Whoever's going to win predictions, they can name themselves an expert in terms of Ultraliga, and I mean, everybody has 3 points now. Like, am I right? Yeah, everybody has 3
Yeah.
points. But I won the most important bet on back to the game, and I'm
Yes.
really happy about it.
How did you know that there were gonna be Zero Tenacity? Because we could have imagined a world in which Zero Tenacity would lose to Back to the Game.
I mean, to be 100% honest with you, I didn't. I just went with my gut, and I felt like, in the previous split, back to the game, had some really nice games. They were pressuring early game. They were kind of struggling in the team fights, but basically these are the two rosters without any changes. I mean, yeah, back to the game swapped their AD carry, but Salami got suspended for the first 2 weeks, so they needed to find one. Luckily for them, Lotten was already in the roster, so they just go with an easy pick. And Lotten, by the way, played a really, really great game with this Jinx.
Yes.
The whole team played for him, and it did not play out perfectly. They were struggling. Both teams were struggling and fighting some hard moments. But in the end, back to the game, succeeded in the mission. They are 1-0 right now. The best record after the first week in the whole history of this organization in Ultraliga.
It's not really that hard to make a record when you don't really have that much of a history to begin with. But they will have to make some more history with us, including today, because today is the second day. So, how about we have a look at what games we are expecting to be traded with today? The schedule looks fantastic, doesn't it, Majutek? Because we have Anonymo versus Gripcraft to open the day with. Then we have Matty USA LODIS. I'm almost done with remembering how to pronounce this, versus your favorite Back to the Game. Then devils.one versus Iron Wolves, and to close it all up, Zero Tenacity versus Forsaken, which might be the match I'm looking forward to the most. But what is your favorite one?
Actually, the first one looks like my
Oh,
favorite because Orbit Anonymo, we talked a little bit about it yesterday with a new roster, with a roster maybe not as strong as the previous one, but still okay, fighting against Gripcraft with a roster not as bad, not as struggling as in summer. So I'm hoping that it will be an even rivalry and a great, great match. And also looking forward Zero Tenacity against Forsaken, mostly because, yes, Zero Tenacity have lost yesterday, but we are not expecting them to do so twice in a row. But Forsaken, with 3 Korean players in their roster, are actually kind of strong, and I don't know how high the ceiling is for those players.
I have no clue, honestly, because we did see a glimpse of what this team is capable of yesterday when they were playing the opening match of this split of Ultraliga versus Orbit Anonymo, and it was a really decisive victory for Forsaken. However, Orbit Anonymo didn't feel like they were in their best shape yet in the first game. First of all, again, this is a completely revamped roster for Orbit Anonymo. This is a very different team from what we were used to in the previous couple of splits. But second of all, it was just the first game, so I'm not sure if we can really judge Forsaken and put them really high on the pedestal, but I'm really ready to do so. Maybe not the first or the second place, but you know what? It actually doesn't matter that much about the first or the second place, right? Because we have some important changes in the bigger ecosystem we need to talk about.
That's right. And maybe we can jump to it right now because I'm not sure if you saw it, guys, or do not. You probably did. EMEA Masters is going to change their format. And no, it's not going to last 3 days now. No, it's going to take up almost a whole month, if I recall correctly,
Mhm.
with like 60 teams participating. And most importantly, with 4 slots to Ultraliga. I mean, two to the Swiss and two to the elimination stage, but still 4 teams will have an opportunity to fight in EMEA Masters among the strongest teams in the whole Europe.
Which makes the competition much more interesting for us personally in this split, right? Because previously it was, yes, we have only 2 slots to go to EMEA Masters, and most likely we know who is going to occupy both of them, or at least the first slot is going to be taken for sure. Thank you very much, production. Yes, you can see here the slot distribution. A lot more teams from all of the ERLs that are going into EMEA Masters this time for the summer. We have 6 slots for each accredited ERL and 4 slots for each non-accredited, which Ultraliga falls into this category, of course. But that means to us that right now we have no clue who exactly is going to go to EMEA Masters. So we have the chance to send 4 teams out there. The competition, of course, is still going to be really tight because we have only 8 teams in general in the split. But half of them are going to get into the EMEA Masters and represent our beloved region.
And also the format not only is way bigger, containing
Oh,
60
yeah.
teams, but also we do have this probably my favorite system, the Swiss system, the
Yes.
Swiss format to be played. As you can see right now on your screens, teams are going to be matched based on their results. The winners of the first match will go against the winner of their first match, and then so on. 2-0 teams fighting against 2-0 teams. Basically, you see this on the graphics on your
Mhm.
screens, which means that we will have even more even matchups in this tournament, exciting matchups, and a lot of opportunities to show your skill because, like Solari said, in spring we had only 2 teams, and we kind of predicted it was going to be a Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo. Right now, 2 additional slots mean 2 additional opportunities for those organizations to take part in the biggest event in EMEA region. And basically, we are cheering for, I don't know, Forsaken, devils.one, Orbit Anonymo, maybe Gripchacraft, maybe Matty USA LODIS on their debut split. I don't know. I don't have answer to this yet. I am getting a little bit more excited day after day.
I actually wanted to ask you that just to make a very bold prediction after seeing only one day of this split. Who do you think might be the 4 teams that Ultraliga is going to send Team EA Masters?
I mean, Back to the Game are going to win Ultraliga. I
Okay.
know that for sure. You maybe don't,
Okay.
but I do know
Okay.
it's
You know
scripted.
the split, yes. You know
Yep.
the script.
Zero Tenacity will be struggling to get to the second place, but okay, let's give him that. Yeah, but to be real with you, those 2 teams, I do believe they are the 2 strongest teams in our league, and fighting for the third and fourth slot. You know, third it will be probably devils.one. I do believe in this organization with a long history in Ultraliga and with a really strong roster, and I love Krisha very much. He's a great, great jungler. And I am kind of split between Orbit Anonymo because I do have a lot of potential in this team. And also, Forsaken is looking
Mhm.
really, really good. As I told you before, I don't know how high the ceiling is for the Korean players, especially because we do know Koreans from Ultraliga. We do know Noah, we do know Kabi, and we do know what happened to them. They just went to conquer the world.
Yes, I actually am still following Kadbi's journey very closely because he's playing in the Los Grandes team in CBLOL in Brazil. So I
Okay.
get a chance to cheer for him every weekend, which is very lovely. It's such a far, far away region from Europe, but still I have a little somebody from Ultraliga there to cheer for. But speaking of cheering for some people, how about we look at the first match of today and try to predict what exactly is going to happen because we already have our predictions, but it's much more fun to discuss them here.
Of course. I mean, the first match, Orbit Anonymo against Cryptocraft Esports. In my opinion, Orbit Anonymo with yesterday's performance, were just, trying to catch up. As far as I know, and it might be just a rumor, this team was created within basically days.
Mm.
So not a lot of time to prepare, to do a proper tryout. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just a rumor. But it looks like a team where you are picking a really strong individuals, putting them into a team, and just saying, okay, let's find out. But we are just starting the split, and you can't find out. You need to be ready. You need to gather points because we do not have 18 matches as we did previously in the last year. We have only 14 because we have only 8 teams. So you cannot make many mistakes. You can make only 4 in the beginning, as Back to the Game showed us, basically, and then you just have to go on a huge winning streak. And I'm thinking for Orbit Anonymo, it might not be the best time. They might not be in the best shape right now. I do believe they need to play a little bit more. On the other hand, Gripchacraft are just looking amazing.
They are though, don't they? They had this second game yesterday. They were playing against Iron Bulls, which was not the easiest matchup on paper, but they almost made it look easy. I think this roster is very promising that they're bringing into this split. I love looking at their top lane. I love looking at their bot lane, even though I gotta say I did have a little bit of doubts about how Fightsky is going to look and feel on the Summoners going into this split. So far from what we saw yesterday, it wasn't nearly as bad as I could have predicted. So I'm really happy with that. And I really can't wait to see how much Cryptocraft can grow before us as the split continues.
Yes, I agree on that. And actually, I'm maybe not a huge Fetsky fan, but I am a
Hmm.
Fetsky fan. He's coming from the second division from last year. He joined Lotus Gaming somewhere in the middle of the split, and on the first or second match he was playing, he already got a quadra kill. He went like 10-1 something in the score against really strong teams, and he was performing really well in the second division. Coming to the first Ultraliga, I was kind of surprised. I didn't believe that was his time to get the promotion to the first ERL. And I shouldn't say it was disappointing for me as a fan of Fetsky, his performance from the spring, but I do believe that he didn't show us his full potential. He's aggressive, AD carry, really, really aggressive one. He likes to go in, and maybe it was a communication issue. Maybe he didn't play well with his previous support right now with Dancer, and I know Dancer also very well from the second division. He likes to play engaging support, so maybe that's the way to open up a gate for Fetsky to shine.
To me personally, though, I mean, bot lane for sure is going to be super interesting to look in this matchup. However, I feel like my eyes will have to be on the mid lane because there it's going to be such an interesting matchup right there. Artoria on this side of Cryptocraft, he had an exceptional performance yesterday on Huawei. He was doing exactly what he needed to do at every single time. The damage output of this guy was absolutely insane. I kind of wish we still had the damage graphs after the game so we could see how exactly it looked like in terms of the numbers, but it did feel like he was one of the main characters of the team. However, in this game, he's going to go against Pump, and even though Bitnorma did have a really rough game yesterday, I did like what Pump was trying to do on the Summoner's Rift and on the lane specifically with the array that he picked for himself. It was a performance that I can see a lot of promise in.
And that's just the second matchup we highlighted. Yes, I do agree. Pump basically was smurfing in Belgium, as I saw on his Wikipedia record. It was really, really high places and nice records. But coming to top lane, Mietek, we saw him in the previous season of Ultraliga. He was able to be solo killing a really strong top laner, playing with his Rumble, for example, facing against Yeti, a really
Yeah.
young, as Mietek, the prodigy of top lane Polish player, who's been in the second division, who's been in Ultraliga. Yeti also, if I recall correctly, last split went to Italy with a nice results as well. So the matchup on top lane could also be really interesting. And when we go deeper and deeper into the analysis of those matchups, I really think this match might be 50-50.
I don't know about 50-50 to be honest. But it's really hard to predict. The thing is, with top laners these days, it's so hard to predict because they can go with the hyper carries on the top lane or just carries in general. Or we can see a situation that is really close to a lane swap or results in a lane swap. And then unfortunately, we see really strong top laners being forced to go into things like Sion and just suffer continuously on whatever lane they're being sent to. So I have no clue how this top lane match is going to look like. But I would love to see both Mietek and Yeti trying to play something with a lot of agency because I feel like both of them have a lot to show to us.
There's a lot of potential hidden in a lot of players in the first division. When I was just a fan of Ultraliga, I was just watching the league, just looking at those really amazing players like Lacker, like Pookie Style, like
Yeah.
Delord, like a lot of really really great guys who are now streamers or coaches or whatever they are doing right now. I am looking at the Ultraliga in the present times, and I'm seeing a lot of friends, a lot of guys from the second division, a lot of guys I was able to meet at events like finals of Ultraliga or meet at Rift, and I'm just feeling like everybody is close to each other in terms of a rivalry. Everybody is made of the same desire to win, and it's really hard to predict. But let's stop the predictions. Let's just focus on analysis of this draft.
Yes, so we have Cryptocraft on the blue side today, Orbit Nonoma on the red side, and going very quickly through the bans. We have LeBlanc, Jinx, and Talia banned out by Cryptocraft. I love the Jinx ban, by the way. It's a lot of respect there with it. And Skarner, Korotkiy, and Caitlyn banned out by Orbit Nonoma. So again, no Skarner first pick this time, but the first pick is going to be Tristana for Cryptocraft.
Most likely for Artoria, but
Yeah.
with Petsky in team, you can always consider it a flex because you can play really, really aggressive with this pick on bot lane. We are getting rid of really strong AD carries on this patch. No Jinx, no Caitlyn, no Korotkiy, but still left opportunity to go with like Aphelios or Jhin maybe.
I would love to
Which
see something like June, to be honest, because we saw a lot of him yesterday. Finally, he is finding his way back into the meta, and it's really nice to see him performing, especially when paired up with the right support. But speaking of pairing the right things with each other, we have Xinjiao and Sindra picked up already for the side of Orbit. A really strong duo in general, and already gives you so much flexibility in terms of how you want to approach the game, whether you want to be playing more around the team fights in early game or you want to be scaling, because both of the options are kind of already available.
That's a great answer to Tristana. You're kind of forcing Tristana to either go out of the mid lane or prepare
Yeah.
to a really tough 2v2 near the mid lane side. Gripchacraft are answering with Cassante. That's a great blind pick, can't argue with that.
Yeah.
But also picking Brand, that should be a jungler for Belit. A lot of magic damage coming from this champion. Great clear and really nice fights 2v2. If you are able to land your stun, then you should basically execute one of the enemies. And Orbit Anonymo are ending their rotation with, as we spoke before, Aphelios leaving Jhin open, and I'm assuming they are going to ban it one way or another.
Quite possibly, unless they agree with you and think that Faisky is going to be the one to take Tristana in their hands. But no, they don't agree with you, and they actually do think indeed that Jin is going to be a good candidate for the ban. I would also assume that some supports bans are going to come our way from the side of Cryptocraft, because Aphelios can be really strong if paired up with a support that is going to provide them with the very much needed safety on the lane. So I would not be surprised if we see, for example, some good engagers like Nautilus to pair up with Xinjiao, or something like the Lulu to remember the infamous Aphelios Lotus situation on the bot lane.
If I reckon correctly, Uden was famous for playing enchanters, and
Yes.
you can play enchanters with Aphelios. You have two schools. You either go with a strong front lane like Fresh, who can engage, who can support you, who can throw you a lantern, or just straight up with an enchanter like Lulu or Karma or anything like that,
Yeah.
and just let him scale. And I'm thinking that what might be going on, Gripchacraft are not banning the supports, are focusing mostly on top lane to make sure that Majutek has not so many problems on the lane itself.
Yeah, and I really love the balance that they're going with so far of the top lane, because Twisted Fate provides so much flexibility and so much additional damage as well, but also the possibility to move around the map very quickly and to assess the situation if you want to go and pull the trigger on the objectives. Really not something Grapejacket would love to see. For them, right now, they speak of Gna for the top lane of Orbit. This is the not the best answer, I would say, into Xante. So I say Grapejacket shouldn't be too worried about it. But what is your read on that?
That's a famous pick for Yeti from the second division. It was a year, maybe even a year and a half ago, but still, he was famous for this pick, and I do believe that he feels comfortable in it. Looks like Orbit and Anonymo are just looking for quick fights when you can fight around Gnar's form, the mega form, fight around Scatter the Weak and Zinzao, coming in, deleting one or two champions, and then just carrying on. And Gripchacraft is saying, oh no, we are focusing mostly on team fights. We are going to lock in Rel. We are going to go with setup of 2 AD carries and Brand on the back lane with Cassante as unkillable front lane. And I really do like this setup.
I do love this setup actually for Grapeshotcraft. We haven't seen Brand in the jungle for a long time, but now with all the reworks in the items and in the runes, it does feel like the AP junglers with ticking damage do have their own niche in the meta. So I'm really happy to see Brand making his way into the league. As much as I dislike playing against this champion, I love seeing him on the Summoner's Rift. And right now there is a really good strong engage on the side of Grapecho. As you said, really good back lane as well. And the possibilities to both scale and play around early. They're honestly, with Varus, I would love to see some early action from this team.
Strong early game, in my opinion, while we are looking at Tristana, while we are looking at Varus plus Rel on the bot
Yeah.
lane. A really strong transition to mid game where Tristana and Varus should snowball a little bit from their lanes. And when the game comes to a later stages of the game, with the CC combination of Brand and Rel, just putting two ultimates together, it could be a disaster for the opposing side. And as I was looking at the Orbit Anonymo team, I do feel like they have nice pickups, nice possibility to just hide in a bush, try to one-shot one champion and then carry on. But when it comes to this hardcore 5 against 5 near the Nashor side, I would be worried a little bit.
It will depend very heavily on Xinjiao and Rakan's performance because these two have to be the ones to both provide safety for their carries and at the same time to be the engaged tools for the team, which is not an easy task to achieve. And they need to be really careful about playing them around the Mega timers, of course, because this is going to make or break the majority of the team fights for them.
And sometimes that's the biggest problem for the team playing with an R, playing around his form. Enemy team could just poke you a little bit and make it appear earlier than needed. But we will worry about it later in the game. Let's go with the first match of today.
Welcome to the Summoner's Rift, everybody. Let's see what both of these teams have to bring to us. Cryptocraft looked rather strong yesterday. Orbit Anonymo had a shaky beginning of the split for themselves, but nothing is lost just yet for anybody. Everything can still change in the matter of seconds, in the matter of any game that you look at. And it may be the case for Orbit Anonymo. So you remember we had the cases of some teams losing at the beginning of the split and then suddenly finding their way back into the split. But as this split is a little bit shorter than what we are used to from the previous years, you don't really have that much of the room to find your footing onto the Summoners race. So for Orbit Anonymo, the 0-1 may not be the reddest of the red flags yet, but it's definitely a wake-up call.
Yeah, you cannot be slacking. You can say in the beginning of the game, all right, we are just getting to know each other. We are just practicing in scrims and so on and so forth. But you need to find your form and go with the momentum as fast as possible. Maybe not that fast as Artoria is going in the mid lane. No, level 1 with Tristana. Not the best one to go in, but against Syndra, you will find those openings to just go in whenever her E is not available.
Ooh, speaking of finding the openings, a lot of exchanges already on the bot lane, but that's exactly what you would expect from these two bot laners, especially from Cryptocraft. Rel really wants to go in and start some chaos on the bot lane as early as possible, as early as level 1, in fact, especially since they do have Belly kind of around them. Speaking of the junglers, I would love to see some attention from that Xinjiao on the mid lane, because as you said, that is pretty much how this Tristana is going to try to feel on this lane, right? She will try to go on to Syndra, she will try to find as many openings onto her as possible. But this duo, this Syndra-Xinjiao duo is so strong that even Tristana should be worried.
That's why I want to point out great ward near the mid lane, near the camp of Xinjiao, basically spotting him in the next minute, I believe, if he wants to go for a gank at level 3, allowing Artoria to do, as we see on the screens, to just use the rocket jump forward and try to go for a couple of trades using her autos. Right now, going well for Artoria, but Syndra is playing with the first strike, which means when she goes in those trades, she's actually earning more gold. So these small losses of the creeps from wave to wave are not as painful as they used to whenever you were playing with, for example, like Electrocute.
Speaking of painful things, look at that. Oh, what was that flash on cards? Artoria is gonna be the first blood, and Xinjiao is getting the prize, the money, the blue buff, everything for the pockets of Einkarts.
But why would you go in as a Tristana with only a half of the bar? Like, I don't know why. Let's see on the replay what is going on in here. Einkart basically flashed into the bush. I don't know why, but it just looked genius. It made Artoria basically, lose their keyboard and the mouse and say, okay, I messed up, I'm dead here. So that was really painful one, and he didn't use flash before, so right now he was obligated to do so. Here, Artoria, without elimination, without summoners, and without an opportunity to do something on the mid lane right now, looking at the bot lane,
No.
Korotkiy with some troubles, not yet.
No, speaking of opportunities, it's Anonymo who are trying to look for some additional ones, already having the only kill of the game in their pockets. They're trying to see if they can accelerate things around the lanes. And again, this is exactly what you expect from a good Xinjiao in your jungle, but couldn't really find any opening on the bot lane because Crypto's bot lane knows how careful they must be about their safety, but not when they go into the enemies. Forget about safety. They're going on to have a lot of damage there, a lot of control, but not enough just yet because there is additional control available to Affiliate. So no kills just yet, but Sentu is dangerously low on health after this exchange.
I'm not a big fan of this decision. I mean, yeah, Bellit was right behind them, but actually not this close to be able to do anything, any point of damage. And when Sentu went in, basically gave up on the surprise factor of the jungler being behind, and the trade just wasn't so good. Right now, Kechvo with Uden can basically push the wave, as we see on the minimap, and get a decent recall.
Yeah, a rather decent one. Getting some additional items into their pockets, including the completed boots for Kechvo, means that we might see a little bit more exchanges on the bot lane, and we would love to see more exchanges, honestly, everywhere right now, because if you look at the timers, the dragon is already up and running on the bot side of the map. We have the Ocean Drake as the first one. The Grobbies are going to be running pretty soon as well, so it would be a very nice time to look for some opportunities to get prior on the lanes. For example, the mid lane, because Einkards is looking for possibilities. The problem is, Bellit is around these territories as well, and Senji is making his way here too. Nice stun, landing on Artoria. Doesn't look like it's gonna result into anything, but forget about that. Gripture going in, a lot of damage coming in from the brand, and the kill for this Tristana on the mid lane. Finally a 1-1 it is.
Great read of the situation by Bellit. He saw Einkards destroying the ward just outside the mid lane, so he assumed, yeah, they are going to set up again. I'm just going to wait here a little bit. He didn't waste that much time and perfectly answered to what was going on the mid lane. On the top lane, Majutek was looking for an angle to go all out, but he didn't find one.
No, the timing could have been good for him, honestly, because there is no Majutek now available for a little bit more time for Yeti, but didn't really find anything. Who has found the grab? So that is the question. 2 grabs have been found by Gripture Craft, but they will have to retreat from the last one, unfortunately for them. Fortunately for Anonymo, it's one they've managed to steal away, and 1 grab is always better than no grabs for you.
Yeah, definitely, but it also makes me wonder why Majutek didn't commit to the ultimate when Bellit and Artoria were around. They could have just, skipped the grabs, go for the kill, and then, as a group of 3, try to contest the third one. But, seeing everything from the perspective of a spectator makes it much, much easier to judge.
Exactly. It's always a little bit different when you're actually the one playing the game, being there in the sun as read. For us, it's easy to look at things and say, hey, they made a mistake here, they shouldn't have done that, but sometimes you just gotta sit back and say, hey, that's A for effort. You did good. Like, for example, Uden is doing good right now, just clearing out these wards, because the constant warding of this little pixel bush in the river is really making Anonymo's life complicated if they want to rotate Xinjiao on the bot lane and have things accelerated for themselves. They really can't find this window.
They need also to be worried about Tribush, because looks like Bellit is just coming in. Level 6, not yet for Rel.
But it is already for Varus, and the Moonlight Vigil is also gonna come in together with a flash from Kechvo. Kechvo is alive, but his support just had to sacrifice his life in order to have the retreat for the AD carry.
Looks like level 5 was enough to not only get an elimination, but also burn some really important summoners, which allows them to go for the Drake without many problems. Sentu getting a little bit poked here and there, but it shouldn't be an opportunity to steal. Einkards, you're not going in, right? Okay.
No, he's not. He's not. Sentu was really spacing them out way nicely, but now he's going in. Einkards is coming in right at the enemies, but he's getting stunned immediately, and quite some damage coming from Brand. Not enough to kill Einkards, but enough to turn Anonymo away.
That was another crazy flash from this guy. I mean, the first one ended up in getting the first blood, but this one I did not understand. You were in a wrong position as a team to fight after this Drake. You could have just given up and focused maybe on pressuring top lane or something like that, but let's skip on this situation and focus on what's going on currently.
Because Senti is going in. Senti has the ultimate and Senti is not afraid to use it. Rolling to Kasper. A lot of damage already coming from Fetsky. But Fetsky has no mana, has to flash away. It is going to be a kill in the end. Secured by Senti. But this Uden is fighting right now with the Senti. But it's not going to result into anything. One kill is more than enough.
Action on the bot lane, I do believe whenever we will see Fetsky playing, we will see a lot of action, like right now on the replay. Kekko, he's lucky that he's still alive, but his support needed to go down for him.
But it's going to be a completely different exchange right after it, right? In the next brawl, I would say, on the bot lane is going to be who is going to go down, because the focus of GRP's bot lane was very strictly on the AD carry of the enemy. Uden is the one staying alive this time.
Are we stopping or are we continuing to aggressive plays on top lane?
I think we are
All right.
continuing.
Yeti is
No.
stopping. Yeti is saying, no, let's take a break, guys. It's only minute 10.
Yeah.
Maybe let's not throw everything at each other.
Yeah, let's not make, allegations. Let's not be too quick with that. It's a nice thing to know that your opponent is without the ultimate for quite some time already. Yeti, though, is without the flash on the bot lane. What is the situation with the flashes? Because Cryptocraft might need it right now. Einkart is coming in. Uden is coming in as well. The chains of corruption from Fetsky are going to miss. But it doesn't matter, because Anonymo cannot find an opening onto Gripcho.
Maybe this chains of corruption looked ugly, but the interruption coming from Sentu was perfect. I mean, he stopped
Yes.
Rakan as soon as he pressed R, as soon as he pressed the quickness, and didn't allow anything to happen. Also, Artoria playing to the left side of the mid lane, trying to be closer to his jungler, so he's not in any danger whatsoever.
Okay, more grubbies. Yes, it's the grubbies time. It is more grubbies for the side of Cryptocraft. They have 5, which means they are going to have the ugly pugs spawning whenever they're going to be attacking the enemy. So it's really good news for them. Speaking of the good news for somebody else, Orbit and Anonymo are really pushing in onto the enemy's turret on the bot lane. Could have been something else, but no, they just really wanted to zone out the bot lane of Cryptocraft, and now Einkart is going away.
I mean, there wasn't a possibility to dive the bot lane, but at least they are getting 2 plates from it. So that's a nice try to play the cross map. It succeeded in some way. Orbit and Anonymo are keeping the gold difference without any difference. That's basically a draw in this statistic, but they are losing in terms of neutral objectives, such as Grubbies and Drakes.
Speaking of the Drakes, a little bit more than a minute before the next one is going to spawn, appears to be the Infernal one as the next dragon. I really wonder who's going to have the eyes on the prize, because we have the constant prior from Gripshare on the mid lane, because Artoria is doing very Tristan things there. But on the bot lane, it feels like it is constantly switching back and forth, so I'm really not sure who's going to get the prior there. Fetsky right now is coming back to the lane with a really good recall, finally having the first item completed. Can we say the same about Kahro, who's recalling right now?
If he's going for Infinity Edge, then I don't believe it will be ready right now. No, he's not going straight to Infinity Edge, and no, the first item is not ready, which basically means, I do believe, Cryptocraft will have an upper hand when it comes to poking and fighting for this dragon. Spawning in 30 seconds, Fetsky already in lane, which means he can fix his wave however he wants it and set up the vision and the position for his team.
Speaking of setting things up, are Orbit Anonymo trying to set up for somebody from Greater God? Because Sanji's coming right into this trap. Oh, darling, that is a lot of damage right onto you. But Chains of Corruption coming in from Fetsky with a lot of damage onto Uden. That is a kill for a kill already. Einkart has to flash away, but Antonio doesn't care about flashes. She's coming in. This Tristana with the damage with the ultimate, and Pump is not to be found anymore. Einkart has to say the same about themselves, and that is a nice victory for Gripcho.
very, very, very well played by Gripchacraft. We have to give some credits to Orbit Anonymo. Yeah, nice trap, a nice idea behind it to just try to get in a numbers advantage. But, oh my god, that was a great answer from the side of Gripchacraft, mostly
Yes.
bellied. I told you a little bit about Brand in the champion select. Maybe in a minute we will be
Tell
talking
me
about
something
Brand
about
right now.
Carbo because he's almost dead. He's almost dead. He's firing
No.
back to not the best weapons though. I'm sorry, Carbo, you're not going to go down. He's out in the next one because Sentu is really chasing double kill for Fatsky.
What is going on? I couldn't even finish one topic. You just get the Drake, guys, just to reset, just calm. But no, they are still going in, looking for every opportunity to punish each other this time. Once again, Gripchacraft is the winning side of this conflict.
Oh yes, 82 already, having about 2k, 2.5, something like that, K of the gold lead for the team and 2 dragons and the Void Guards. The only thing they might not have is the Herald because it's getting taken now.
But they used, as we are seeing right now on our screen, they used 3 ultimates just to get rid of 1 support, and it was painful in the consequences as we saw Pump basically getting destroyed by Artoria. This man fears nothing on the Rift.
If you're a snow god, no man, no champion. That is exactly what you can say about him. But honestly, this exchange is on the bot lane. I am excited to see what else Gripchacraft's bot lane is going to bring to us because these guys just keep fighting constantly, non-stop. The thing is, both of the bot lanes are looking for possibilities, but it's always Gripchu's bot lane who finds it.
Yeah, I mean, Fatsky didn't die a single time this game, and he's, as I mentioned before, playing so aggressively, basically picking on every opportunity to go on a trade, 2 against 2, 2 against 3 even right now. I don't think it would be a problem for this guy. I don't believe that anything will be problematic for Gripchacraft in the upcoming next couple of minutes, because they are completely dominating on the bot lane and also doing really well on the middle, as we can see a rotation happening right now. They will be trying to get rid of this tier 1 tower.
They would love to, but they have no wave, unfortunately, and it still has a long way to come. I don't think it's a good idea to overstay their welcome, because look at Yeti. He's Mega now, which means by the time he reaches the enemies, he most likely will not be Mega anymore, but it's still a dangerous situation to be. Oh, they're fine. They have
yeah.
Tristana. I forgot they have Tristana. Ah, forget it. She just destroys the turret. She sees the turret, then she doesn't see the turret because it's gone already. Just like Sentu. He's seeing Uren, but no, he's seeing Uren. He's looking respectable.
Everybody's looking respectively right now. Everybody's trying to respect Gripchacraft because they saw what happened the last time. Maybe right now not enough. And the answer is coming to Einkards. The Crescent Guard helps him a little bit, but it won't be enough.
Ah, no, it's not enough. And the Moonlight Vigil is not going to be enough either. Just like the Scar of the Week from Pump was not enough. It was not Tristana who was the weak one in this situation. But still, it is 1 additional kill for Gripchu with Einkards dead. Now it is 9-2 in situation.
Looks like only Yeti is performing good in the early game. 0-0-1, a small nice advantage in creeps. Also, he got like 2, maybe 3 plates from top lane, which puts him in a nice position. But I don't believe that he will be playing Gnar through the side lane during the game. You will need him during the team fight, otherwise you are going to get crushed over and over again.
Speaking of getting crashed over and over again, some turret is going to be crashed sooner or later, because look at Obit Normal, look at Einkards. He's still sitting on that Herald's Eye that he has taken quite some time ago. 18 minutes it is right now with the Drake spawning in 45 seconds. It does feel like it would be the perfect opportunity for Obit Normal to go and release this Herald, maybe from the mid lane. They have the objective bounties, they have the Herald, they have the possibility to stop the Dragon stacking from Gripchacraft, and they should absolutely go for it.
So they are going for top lane, but it won't be the tier 1. Okay, yet he was able to destroy the tower before the hit from the Herald, so they will be focusing on the tier 2. I don't believe they don't commit on it. They are just trying to use it as a tool to split them up, to lure Gripchocraft players towards the top side of the Summoner's Rift and maybe gain some control over the Drake, but it's not going to happen because Majutek is already there.
Yep. Oh, Yeti's going on to Artoria. I'm not sure about this whole idea, to be honest, Yeti. But Yeti does have a TP. Artoria does not have a TP, which is important to remember because Anonymo might still try to go towards the Drake, but forget that because Gripcha are already there. They are taking the Drake, and one thing you should know about Brand, especially with the torch file already completed, is that he takes objectives disgustingly quickly.
But we're getting zooming onto Kasante. Okay, yeah, this
Beautiful
guy
skin.
looks lovely, but he didn't participate in anything during this game. I mean, we should call it a nice early game from the side of Majutek. He survived it, and right now he's in the stance where anybody can take him, can't take him one-on-one.
Yeah, exactly. Can't really take him because he's already sitting on 2 completed items. God damn it. This guy is fast, but he has been farming. He has been moving around the map a lot. And yeah, even though we don't really see him in fights that much, he is providing a lot of value to the team. Speaking of value, how about we do a quick health check around the items? Because we see quite many people already hitting the 2-item power spikes. We see the Ballad, for example, sitting on 2 items. Same for Arturi and Faitsky. So pretty much everybody on the side of Gripchocraft is ready to go. Correction, Faitsky is on 3 items, actually. For Anonymo, Pump is almost on 2 items. And he's, I believe, the closest one to get to the second one.
Yeah, but from the side of Anonymo, everybody is on this side of almost 2 items, where Gripchocraft players are already on 2, even 3 items, as we are looking at Faitsky. But I would like to focus on Belit, because he has a lot of magic penetration and a lot of burn. Combined with his passive, basically he needs to land like 1 ability on you, and you will be losing 1/3 of your
Speaking of
health.
landing abilities! Oh, that was so close for Artoria. That was close for Pump as well at some point, especially with the Scott at the week. But Artoria really went all out onto that center, but didn't really find any kill in the process.
I was wondering, was he playing with the barrier? No, he's playing with TP. It was the Archangel's proc that helped him stay healthy for a little bit longer.
Faitsky just used the Chains of Corruption. Good news is that the cooldown on that ultimate is rather low, but there was a little bit scary there because we are talking about post 20th minute of the game. We are talking about the Baron that has already spawned. So both the teams, of course, are looking at this. They have the eyes on the prize, but before they can commit to it, they need to commit to something else on the map. Gripchocraft, I would say, are in a situation where they could try to lure the enemies into the pit. What do you say?
I do believe that Gripchocraft will be playing around the Nashor because how scary fast it is from the side of Brand and Tristana, and Anonymo needs to find an answer. Looks like Yeti is working towards one. He's trying to focus on the side lane, and he's doing really nice on the bot lane, already finishing the tier 1, trying to poke Majutek a little bit, and coming to a base with 2k in his pocket. Let's see what he could buy with that money.
Yeti on the sidelines is rather important because it means that Gripchocraft need to keep Majutek on the side lanes as well. And this Xante could have been so useful in the bigger team fights because Gripchocraft, yes, they do have Rel, but with how fragile their backlane is, they really need an additional front lane to make sure they can absorb as much damage as possible into themselves. Especially if you look at Xante's inventory, the Iceborne Gauntlet, Plastic Hennick, Rooker, and this is the Xante that you always want to see in your team because he can take any damage. AD, AP, doesn't matter. He takes it all and he still stands strong.
Yeah, that's the wall that would be hard to penetrate from the side of Anonymo. But Yeti went with the cleaver, so he could get rid of some of the armor on the side of Kasante. Also Pump with some magic penetration. It's some answers to Kasante, but he's still 0-0-0 in this game, and nobody bothered him hard enough to be able to send him to spawn.
Not yet, maybe, but honestly, I'm not sure if it is going to happen anytime soon. Something
At this
will have to
point
happen.
of the game, yeah, I mean, yeah, it will be even harder now.
Yeah. But it might happen soon, because look at the timers. The Drake is coming up, and Sentu knows it, and Sentu is hungry for some more action again. This guy is absolutely relentless in this game, looking for an engage, but bad time to engage. Look at Yeti, he just turned into the Mega Knight. He's actually the one trying to look for something huge for the opportunities, but both teams have their eyes on two prizes at the same time, and it's a hard situation to try to look at two things that are on the separate sides of Summoner's Rift at the same time, because you need to keep your eyes on the Baron. You also need to remember that 17 seconds and the Drake is spawning might be the soul for GripToCraft, so they absolutely need to go for this one.
I don't believe that GripToCraft will be happy with trading the objective.
Sentu, where is the rest of your team? Okay, here come the Chains of Corruption. Here comes some damage onto Urum with the ultimate from Artoria. Not yet, he's still keeping it because Majutek is on the backline right now. The aim is all out, and he takes Ankas with him. Belly deals a lot of damage onto Pump, and Pump has to disengage immediately because that is getting really tough here. Majutek is almost dead, I gotta say, but not just dead. This Xanthi still stands strong, and it's a -1 for Anonymo.
That's a great fight for GripToCraft. It could have been better, maybe a little bit, but let's not focus on this one. Let's focus on them getting a soul basically for free, because Orbit Anonymo can't do anything about it.
No, I mean, first of all, they have no jungler anymore. Second of all, they were in such shambles after the last fight, so honestly, no opening for Orbit Anonymo to do anything. They give away the juicy soul to GripToCraft, still trying to do some things around the map on the sidelines, but right now, the real question is going to be, can they do anything about the Baron? Because with the soul in their pockets, for sure, this is the next target for GripTo.
And it should be pretty easy, in my opinion. I mean, you do have Varus on the state of the game where you have 3+ items for him. So basically, you need
Sentu!
Okay, he's
Oi,
fine.
oi, oi.
He's alright.
Yeah, but he wasn't fine.
You need to provide some cover for the Varus so he could poke a little bit. You need to create some space for Belit so he could freely throw some abilities here and there. And then you should be fine, I believe. Just look at how much trouble is on the side of Orbit Anonymo to just get a single ward on the Nashor Pit.
They're trying their best. They have 2, 3 wards rounded right now, but is it gonna be enough? Because GripToCraft can still clear it very quickly. They can pull the trigger. Speaking of clearing the things very quickly, I feel like somebody can get cleared very quickly right now, because both the teams are looking at each other. Both the teams have a lot of poke on there, has some ranged poke as well. Majutek is still on the sidelines all this time. This guy is insane.
Just chilling. I mean, they've committed us 5 to be able to push the wave and put some wards here and there. In the meantime, Majutek was just playing PvE on the bot lane. And meanwhile, GripToCraft are just taking the Nashor. Nobody's going to answer. I mean, Einkarts is nearby, but...
He needs to steal. He needs to steal. He needs to steal. He needs to steal somehow. Sentu is trying to stop him, but Einkarts, this is your only shot. The Chains of Corruptions have missed him. He's still fighting with Sentu. You have to go in, but you will not. This is gonna be the Baron for the blue team. And now it's going to be a dead Sentu, but he didn't die for nothing. He got the Baron for his team.
And also, Majutek right now is on the point where he's no longer scared of Yeti. And he also got brand new Baron buff for the next 3 minutes, which means the side lane, and not only the side lane, are going to be dominated from the side of GripToCraft team. Just look at Majutek looking for a flank.
Look
He
at
won't go
Uren's
1
health,
against 3.
by the way.
Okay.
That was just 1 arrow from Kasper. The damage from this guy is absolutely insane. But 3.5 items, you kind of can see where exactly the damage is coming from.
By the way, while we are looking at the gold, we don't see clearly the advantage on the side of GripToCraft, but this game is not only the kills, not only the gold, it's also the void grabs, it's also the drakes, the Nashor, and the composition. Because, as we mentioned before, it's way easier to play with this composition, where you have Xanthi and Rel just going in, just pressing every button possible to gather everybody around Rel. And then with 2 AD carries and 1 really strong mage, team fights are just too easy for them.
Yeah, and you can see that all the team fights are way too easy for them. They're able to fish through the enemies, they're able to take somebody individually down, or they can have massive brawls where they still are going to be winning. But now they're winning massively on the map itself, and I love seeing it because the grabs that you mentioned before, together with the Baron buff that they still have in their pockets, means that they are cutting through these turrets on the top part of the map really quickly, and they want the base turrets. They want the inhibitors. That is going to be the program maximum for them.
Oh, that's bad, that's bad. Yeti needs to recall to the base,
Oh, Ironcards.
but he won't do so before
Oh,
the fall
Ironcards,
of
you're so
Inhibitor.
dead! But Chains of Corruption are gonna miss again, which means no stun for Ironcards, and he is somehow miraculously getting out of it this time.
A lot of crazy things happening in the base of Anonymo right now. How are they going to defend themselves?
Yeti, oh Yeti, are you sure about that? He's gonna go into Mega now soon, so he is still surviving, but Obitonum are gonna survive because it's 2 inhibitors down for the Minecards, looking for a possibility maybe to go into Fate Skip, but don't forget the front line for Griptro is still as strong as ever.
So just 2 inhibitors from it. That's a huge win from them. Right now they can convert themselves into a really winning position. What I mean by that, recall, set a vision around Elder Drake, win a fight if they are contesting. If not, then take Elder Drake and win a fight and win a game in consequence.
Can we imagine, though, the situation where it's going to be the opposite, where Orbit and Anonymous somehow in a minute from now are gonna take the Elder Drake and find their ticket back into this game?
I mean, you do have Gnar, which means potentially you could find a 4-man, 5-man ultimate combined with Rakan and Syndra and everything, but that's just a perfect world. I don't believe that we are going to see it happen. I don't believe that the players of Gripchocraft team are going to just perfectly line up near the wall to let Yeti do his job.
Exactly, and that would require a lot of positioning from Orbit Nonoma, right? That they would need to do beforehand. They cannot do anything beforehand around the Drake because first of all, Gripcha are already there. Second of all, Gripcha are constantly pushing into Orbit Nonomo's space, not letting them find a good position around the Drake. Orbit Nonomo need to answer. They cannot set up things for themselves, but Sent against trying to set things up, gonna be stopped right there by Pump, by that Syndra. Take a lot of damage from that Aphelios, and he's gonna be dead. But look who else is there at the enemy's backline. It's Miata against Xante. What you gotta say to this Xante? Nothing, Gafmo. You are dead. Who's gonna be next? Einkarts is gonna be next. Not before that, Uren even is gonna be next because that's a killing spree for Arturia and a shutdown right after 4 Varus and another one. A double kill, a triple kill. Make it a triple for Arturia. Make it a second victory for Gripcho.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was a showcase of the strength of this composition. Sentu basically just walked in, just said, okay, focus on me, just do your DPS check, but then I'm unleashing Mietek, I'm unleashing all of my guys to just go and hunt you down.
Yes, exactly. So Gripchocraft are the ones who are closing the first week of Summer Split of Ultraliga with a beautiful 2-0 in their pockets. Unfortunately, cannot say the same about Orbit Nonoma because their week is going to end with a 0-2 and with a very unfortunate result for a team with such a big name.
Yeah, who would have thought that Gripchocraft are going to be 2-0, Orbit Anonymo are going to be 0-2, and Zero
Yeah.
Tenacity will be fighting for an opportunity to finish this week 1-1. I mean, in what world are we living?
In a world where interesting things are happening. For example, an interview is going to happen to us right here, right now, because we have the pleasure to have Arturia, the man, the legend, the triple kill holder of this game on the interview with us. Hello, congratulations with the victory. And first of all, tell us, how does it feel to close your first week in Ultra League with a beautiful 2-0?
Hello everyone. It feels good. Closing the week with a 2-0 feels really nice, but it's only the beginning, so not so much stars in the eyes. It's only 2-0. Split is not like a rush, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, so yeah, cool, but not too much.
Hello, Arturia, and congratulations on not only today's win, but actually today's and yesterday's performance. You are just arriving here in the Ultraliga, and you are not just getting settled, you know, looking around, seeing how things are going. You are just demolishing the competition. Were you really confident coming into this team, into this league, that you are going to perform so well, or what is your secret?
Thing is, actually, last split I was already playing with the head coach, and he was assistant coach, and I trusted him in the process of making this team. And I had some offers, but I was like, I want to work with you again because I think that it's gonna work together it's gonna work well. So I followed his call. I knew that my team was going to play well because he chose the player and I played with them in tryouts. So I knew that it was going to go well. And the major thing that is making the team easier is the fact that we tell each other things and we are not letting like the problem sleep under the bed, you know. So there is no problems, and when there is problems, we find solution fast, so we can work really efficiently.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the communication within the team? Because you have a really very international roster. How does it look like, and how is the relationship between everybody, guys?
I'm the little Frenchie in the team, so they joke about my accent. They joke about me, obviously. No, it's really cool. I mean, everyone is talking English, obviously, and no, it's really clear because like everyone has some responsibilities, so we keep to the responsibilities. So the communication is pretty clear, and yeah, everyone is like listening to each other, so it's really easy. Yeah, no problem of communication. It's really funny.
Nice.
And I would like to go with a following question to that, because as far as I know, those players coming from the second division or actually playing in the first division of Ultraliga in the previous season, everybody liked to go in. Everybody liked to be a star player. For example, like Fetsky or your jungler, maybe sometimes even Majutek on the top lane, you know, trying to be the guy to 1v9 the game. Are you finding yourself on the same page? Are you finding yourself, you know, everybody wants to go in, or do you still find sometimes a situation that you need the leader voice to decide what are you doing in this game?
I think there is no one that wants to 1v9. I think that everyone in our team actually wants to win. So they don't do calls to be like the hero, quote unquote. They just do plays that makes the team wins. Like for example, I will take a good trade for me mid. Enemy has no TP, so we can play an objective, something like that. We don't look for like flashy plays, we just look for good plays, and we win just by macro. We take turrets, we move to mid, we move to top, we take drakes, we take objectives, and we just win cleanly. So no, I think there is no people that is like thinking of being the hero of the team. I think everyone is doing their best and just want the team to win.
So the team is the ultimate hero in the end. I like it.
I mean, together as one, huh? We're
Yeah.
5 but 1 at the end.
I love it so much. Thank you, Victoria, and thank you very much for coming to this interview
Thank
with
you.
us. As you might know, we have this small tradition at Ultraliga that in the end of the interview, the stage is basically yours. So you can give a greeting or a shout out to anybody you want, maybe even in your native language. So if you want to, you can do so right now.
Okay, at first I will talk in English. So thanks for like, how can I say it? Discovering me there in Ultraliga. I want to thank my team for being the best teammates I can have. Thanks my coach, thanks my assistant coach, thanks my manager, thanks the CEO, thanks the structure, thanks to everyone in the team. And yeah, thanks for being so cool on stream and on the interviews. It feels nice to watch.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Victoria. Congratulations once again on your 2-0 week. Get some rest and good luck in your games in the next week.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you.
Bye.
So this was Artoria, the mid laner of Cryptocraft, the team that just secured a beautiful, spotless first week of Ultraliga for themselves.
That was a performance, not only from his side, but from the side of the team. And as he mentioned in the interview, we are 5, but it feels like we are 1.
Yeah.
And it just feels like everything in this game worked perfectly. Yeah, they died like 3 or 4 times maybe, but that was just a sacrifice to achieve greater things. 4 Drakes and Nashor, very, very clean first game of today, presented by GRP Esports. And I'm really looking forward the next games. Are they going to be as exciting as this one, or maybe even more?
I hope they're going to be even more because we're going to have back to the game going against Matty USA LODIS. And we have a lot of expectations from this game. But before we jump into it, we'll have to go on a short break. So don't go anywhere.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise. She'll do anything, but not out loud. Oh, yeah. Way she
really cold tonight. I see my breath on the window. Give me a shot to numb the pain.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
And after a short break, welcome everybody on the broadcast of Ultraliga, or actually should I say Ultraliga second division, because the team is back to the game, and Matty USA LODIS originally come from the second division. Both teams promoted to do the main ERL, back to the game last year, winning the promotion tournament, and Matty USA LODIS winning the league in spring and getting promotion due to Team SK Gaming dropping from the league.
Can we even call back to the game a second division team anymore? Because they had already one full split in the first division of Ultraliga. They went into the playoffs in that very split, and they kind of almost made it to the finals. So I would say right now they are the justified first division team.
Agreed on that. They will be the second division team in my heart, but yeah,
Okay, fine.
these guys are just performing so well that if we could drop them to the second division for only 1 week, they could probably stomp everybody.
But let's
without
not
any
do
problem.
it. No, we like them here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I do like them here because right now I am on the first division broadcast, so I am really happy to be cheering for my guys.
Wait, I have a question to you though. So, both Matty USA LODIS and Back to the Game are coming from the second division, so of course they both have a very special place in your heart. But today, you decided to pick Back to the Game as the winner of this matchup. Why?
It just feels like a more consistent team with the whole split of experience in the first division, beating Zero Tenacity yesterday. Do we need to find any more reasons to vote for them? I think that Matty USA LODIS are okay team. They might have a chance of fighting for the spot in the playoffs, but in my opinion, they just need a little bit more experience. Maybe the first week is not going to be as good as I thought.
Maybe. But if we know anything about the second division teams so far, is that they tend to scale quite nicely. So I'm expecting a lot from Matty USA LODIS, maybe a little bit later through the split. But I gotta say, so far they were looking not too bad to me, even though they have the loss from yesterday. Obviously, they were playing the last match of yesterday versus devils.one. It was a tough one, but I do think today they should be able to show us more going into this matchup with Back to the Game. And we actually already are in the draft for them, with Alisia being on the blue side and Back to the Game on the red side. Let's go!
And the banning phase is starting rather interesting from the side of Back to the Game, banning both Aurelion Sol and Galio, the main two picks of Domoles. We've been spamming them in solo queue. He's been really well known of his Galio pick, going with Dark Harvest and Protobelt, and not the usual supporting Galio from the mid lane. No, he wanted to one-shot people, and he did a couple of times.
He did, so I totally understand why Back to the Game are deciding to completely remove both of these champions from the draft today. However, the bans from LODIS are also very interesting because it's Vice, Karner, and Hui, which means there is definitely some plan in their minds. Whenever you see Vi banned out, you immediately think about the AD carry with not too much of an escape in their kit, and Caitlyn fits the portfolio.
Also, Xelar is familiar profile to, let's say, Fetsky. He likes to go in, he likes to play aggressively, and Caitlyn allows you very, very well to put the pressure on the enemy duo straight from the level 1.
And look at the immediate answer from Back to the Game. They feel that something is very fishy in the air. Are they preparing for a potential lane swap with this Sion as the first pick for Cozy? I don't know, we're yet to see, but the second pick is going to be the Court. Easy for Lothan.
Actually, I don't know because I've heard mostly from the side of Krystaller, the coach of Back to the Game, that Korotkiy is also very well on the bot lane. I don't know if he told me mostly because he is good on both positions, or maybe because Loten was cooking something up. But yeah, locking Sion that high into the draft might suggest us that we are going to see a potential lane swap.
And Lodis are preparing for it because look at their second pick. It's going to be Gragas, which is one of those potential answers into the lane swapping Sion. So I would not be surprised if we do see a lane swap making its way back into the meta in this game. But the third pick is going to be the Tristana. I'm assuming for the Merlis. I would not be surprised. And I would not be surprised, yes, if this Aphelios gets locked because it makes so much sense. Aphelios is a great late game champion, but he really struggles standing against Caitlyn.
Yeah, he will be struggling against Caitlyn, but it's not only Aphelios for Loten, it's Loten plus a quarter on the bot lane.
True.
And we do know that he could very well use the red side number 5 pick to just go with something really, really crazy to try to turn the tables on the side of the map.
Do you think they're going to keep the fifth pick for a quarter for something crazy, or would they rather have the jungle concealed from the enemies for as long as possible? Because when you have the two, it's always a question what they want to keep till the very end.
I mean, for me, it just feels like a support because picking a jungler right now, you want to get a really strong pick right now that just works well with the Korotkiy, that just works well with the engage you already have from the side of Sion, maybe like a Jarvan or something like that. And with the support pick, you could basically do more damage to the side of the enemy team. When you're thinking about a lane swap, you could go with something that could dive on the level 3 on the opposing side of the map, or maybe something even crazier. I mean, I know Accorder, you know Accorder, we know what he's capable of.
I'm quite surprised, to be honest, with the last bans coming from Back to the Game. They decided to ban out Zac as another potential answer into the lane swapping situation, but also Xante. Usually whenever we see Caitlyn first picked on the enemy side and there is no support pick just yet, you would see Lux getting immediately removed just because this duo is such a strong one. But maybe if Back to the Game do want to lane swap, they're not really that afraid because they will not really have to face Caitlyn and her support for a very long time.
And also, I didn't see Xavi playing Caitlyn ever in the second division. I don't remember a situation like it. And they just went with Xante and Zac because they were expecting that Gragas will be put into the jungle and pick for the top lane coming from Matty USA LODIS right now. It's going to be an Ornn. Similar profile to the Sion, you know, just stay in the lane, just scale, just get ready for teamfights.
Yeah, and you're gonna be fine. Ornn doesn't really care too much about being behind. Of course, it is always beneficial to hit your level 13 as soon as possible, but if you're behind on the early levels, for Ornn, it's still fine. You know, he's gonna be useful. You know, he's gonna provide a beautiful long-range engage for your enemy, a very non-committal one, and paired up with Nautilus, who is going to be a support for Caitlyn. In the end, that is already a team that really wants to be all in the enemies really hard.
Yeah, talking about engage, I mean, Ornn, Gragas, and Nautilus are like the demolishing trio of champions that are just going to go in and try to get as many picks as possible. That's why Accorder is currently hovering Braum, which would be a great response to this kind of a situation. And we do have a lock-in.
Yes, we do have a lock-in. We do have the Korotkiy on the mid lane versus Tristana, so the Yordle matchup on the mid lane, I would say, and the Caitlyn Nautilus versus Aphelios Braum. Do we still think, Majutek, that this is going to be a lane swap?
In this current situation, I don't know. I'm not sure 100%. I just feel like Back to the Game are able to do so. Playing with Ivern, playing with Aphelios Braum, there is a high chance that they would just go with, you know, Sion just dancing around in the jungle around Ivern, making sure that he could full clear and then just going for a potential dive before teleporting back to his lane.
That's true, actually, because Sion plus Ivern are a really good early game clearing duo in the jungle. You're absolutely correct. So that's something I also would probably expect to see in this game. And on top of that, I just like Ivern in this composition in general because Braum does provide some sort of protection and peeling and disengage for his AD carry, but it's always a good idea to have some additional coverage for you. Plus, on top of that, Ivern actually does deal a decent chunk of AP damage, and as you could see from the pick, Korotkiy still does deal a little bit amount of AP damage on some of his abilities. He does have the AP damage output, but mostly he is now an AD/true damage champion. So having Ivern who deals some AP damage is going to balance out this composition a bit.
But I would like to stop on the topic of a Braum itself. I was thinking that Xavi might lock it in to block some of the damage coming from the side of Aphelios and Korotkiy. And if not, then back to game just has to go with it, because you are playing against Ornn and you can block his ultimate, playing against Gragas and you can block his ultimate, playing against two carries and you can block the upcoming damage. Braum just feels like providing too much value for the comp of the back to the game, and I'm even more sure than I was before that back to the game are in a good position of winning this match.
It does feel like back to the game baited out this Braum a little bit out of Lodis, because Lodis would love to ban it out, of course, going into the second rotation of bans, but then it immediately tells the opponent what exactly is going to be their support pick, and then they take away this support pick for themselves, and they end up with a really strong engager. And what do you have to take? Most likely just go with Leona, which is not going to be as good of a pairing together with Caitlyn compared to Nautilus, simply because of the... hello, Fezzy, hi!
Hi,
Oh,
Fezzy.
looking good there! But where was I? Yes, so Braum was pretty much gifted to back to the game, which they should be very happy and very thankful for.
Yep, definitely. I mean, they are 100% happy of getting this support in here. As I saw on the minimap before Bezzy appeared on our screen, and we can see right now, Sion and Ornn are currently on the top lane, which means we won't see a lane swap this time.
Thank God, actually, I'm quite happy. These days you gotta be prepared for a lane swap always, but you gotta be very thankful when the lane swap doesn't actually happen. So thank you very much, the gods of League of Legends, for not giving it to us this time. Also, by the way, look at Kerim. Look at the skin the guy is using on this Gragas. That is some respect towards the Gragas of Polsat.
Okay, all right. Just one quick note for the lane swap. We are still on 14.10 patch, which means that lane swaps might occur during the game. But when we will switch to 14.11 and further, the top tower are going to be more tanky, which means that the lane swap will be less efficient.
Yeah, we can still go for it if you really don't want to be standing against your opponent. If you have, for example, the Kalista Varus situation against you, but it does make much less sense than before for sure.
So let's see how the junglers are going to puff. I mean, with Ivern, you are going to basically mark every camp and just collect everything and then decide what are you going to do next. I don't expect Ivern, dancing around top lane too much because of the specific of this matchup,
Yeah.
Ornn against Sion, two tanks, just fighting for the wave, basically, and not much happening. A lot more will be happening on the mid lane itself.
Yes, because Tristana wants to be pulling the opponents. Korotkiy is not a champion who is capable of really answering the bullying from the enemy too well. He is still a scaling one. He doesn't scale as well as he used to before his rework in this patch, but he does still feel a little bit weak in the beginning of the game, and Tristana definitely has an upper hand compared to Korotkiy, and she is going to try to outbull him out of the lane completely. So that is actually one of the lanes where Shasku's help could be very welcome.
And looks like he's going towards mid lane, but there's a smart ward in the river, actually showcasing him, and Domoles should be fine. Just a rocket jump back to be 100% safe.
Yes, and Kerim is around just to make sure that no shenanigans are gonna happen. Both of the mid laners are sitting on the wards in this spot of the river, so they are going to be fine. I wonder if Shasku wants to do anything else, but it's just a Skull Carpet, most likely a recall after that, because if you look at the bot lane, not really much to gain out of it.
Yep, nothing is going to happen. I mean, maybe Ketim could spice some things up on the bot lane, but on the minimap I can see a ward on the tree bush, which means that Back to the Game are perfectly prepared for this occasion. So maybe a recall happening right now. No, Ketim decides to go on the northern side of the Summoner's Rift, maybe having some play in mind.
Quite possibly, just to continue clearing up, just to maybe go for something else, maybe to try to fish out the enemy in their own jungle, because if, as you can see on the minimap, Losa do have a word on the Raptors of Back to the Game's top part of the jungle, so they know exactly how Shaske is moving around the jungle. The vision control so far is great for them. Shaske has the correct idea, but not the correct place to search for the word. Oh, brother, you're not gonna find it.
No, he's not going to be there on time to find his opponent, but he's going to play the word that Matty USA LODIS don't know much about it. That's a good piece of information to have early in the game, especially when you are playing against Tristana, that could put you into a very, very uncomfortable situation. As we saw on the level 2, just going for a trade, just, you know, detonating the bomb on up on the head of the Korotkiy and winning the trade without any problem.
And forcing Sisyph to recall over and over, of course, that means he's coming back with some items, but it doesn't make his situation on the mid lane any better, and that is not a good time to be forced out of your lane if you're back to the game, because if you look at the timers, the first Drake of the game has just spawned. It's again going to be the Ocean Drake as the first Drake of the game. I feel like we see it all the time these days, honestly. But it's a good Drake to take. It is a good moment for Lodis to try to maybe go for the Drake, because they can easily regain the prior on the mid lane and force it onto the Drake. But it looks like Back to the Game have the similar idea, but with their bot lane.
And also it's a better situation for them as we speak about composition, because Korotkiy on level 6 might not be as strong as we expect him to be. With Ivern and with Braum, you have limited options of dealing damage. Yeah, you have a lot of crowd control, but when PMK is rotating to this side of the map, you can't really contest it.
Nope. Absolutely no way, and Lodis are going to be the ones to secure the first Drake of the game uncontested. BMK is even going to recall and go back to the top lane, because there is nothing to do on the bot lane, while the top lane there is a juicy wave to catch.
And he didn't even lose anything. I mean, he's grabbing the whole wave.
He lost one, I think.
Okay.
We didn't see that.
But speaking about the tempo and the usage of the teleport summoner spell, it's quite even between those two top laners. Kozy will have his TP couple of seconds earlier, but it shouldn't make that big of a difference.
We'll see if it is going to make any difference whatsoever on the top lane, because the grubbies are up for the grabs on the top part of the map already. No junglers are there just yet. Both of them are finishing their respective clears in the bot lane and the bot part, of the map, with the Mole is actually rotating towards the river, because the Scuttle is up and maybe Lodis want to have a little bit of action happening. They have Ketim around as well. They're bringing in a lot of forces to make sure there is no shenanigans happening from the side of Back to the Game towards their own bot lane.
They are trying to utilize the pressure coming from the side of Caitlyn and Nautilus. Really strong kill lane, if you ask me. But Back to the Game looks like they are not afraid.
Oh no, they're not afraid, but maybe they should be afraid. Maybe they should have been very, very afraid, because that is the first blood for Zeller.
And that's a big misplay from the side of Accorder. I don't believe that the team wanted to go there for a fight. Looks like he just wanted to, you know, be a little bit annoying, but he ended up being good.
Demolis, he's dealing damage. He is dealing... Oh, here comes the hook and the ultimate from Ketim. And Sisyph is safe and sound somehow.
Yeah, a good flash from his side, otherwise he would be dead. As his support, Matty USA LODIS starting this game aggressively. They are not afraid of Back to the Game. They are not afraid of the bronze medalists from the spring split.
Hey, it's two ex-Division 2 teams. Should they even be afraid of each other? I don't think so. I think they've had enough of each other in Division 2, and now they're ready to kick each other's places in Division 1. But speaking of kicking anything on the Summoner's Rift right now, Back to the Game are at the grubbies already. They're gonna take them. Maybe they lost the first Drake to Lodis, but they are gonna get all three grubbies, I believe.
That's kind of late grabbies. They
Yeah.
probably won't be able to get the other set of grabbies, but it's okay. It's better to have 3 than 0. It's better to get anything out of this kind of a situation, and Shasky looks like he wants even more.
Oh yes, he's sending Daisy just to have a little brawl with Kerim and the blue buff. They look kind of similar, Daisy and the blue buff, but the difference is Daisy dies and blue buff is still alive, and Kerim is gonna get it.
Yep, I mean, the blue buff is dead eventually, but at least it gives you a nice buff. Let's see this situation once again. What was Accorder thinking right now?
That's a good question that I wouldn't be able to find an answer for you, unfortunately. He was not maybe thinking about the insane amount of damage that Caitlyn is able to provide in the very beginning of the game, or maybe that his W is going to be available to him much later than he would like to, because he died pretty much mid-air. Oh, speaking of things mid-air, Demolish is going on to Sisyph again. God damn it, look at the damage from that Tristana. Korotkiy though is dealing quite nice damage back onto her.
Mostly because Korotkiy is right now sitting on 2 lethality items, components, let's put it this way. That's the 2 serrated Dirks combo. I've heard it's really good for Korotkiy, mostly on the patch 14.10, when lethality is still the king. And since you have a different version of a Korotkiy right now, without the packages, without the passive ability that converts your damage into the magic damage, right now focuses more onto the physical aspect of this champion, and also adding like 15% of true damage. It's really a great power spike for him, but you still need to land those rockets, otherwise Tristana is going to outtrade.
Yeah, it's rather interesting, right, how the new Korotkiy works with his ultimate when there is no package available anymore, but now at least he's getting the resets for the ultimate with the auto attack. So in an ideal scenario, Korotkiy is just constantly doing pew-pew with just, different things. Sometimes he does pew-pew by pressing the button, sometimes he does it by pressing the mouse, because he needs those resets on the ultimates that are coming with the auto attacks. But we'll talk about it later when we finally see Korotkiy in a big team fight, when actually we finally see any big team fight. Maybe it's gonna happen anywhere soon, because 35 seconds and the Drake is going to spawn back to the game. You're standing on a ward, you know that very well, and it's good because Lodis wants some piece of this second Drake for themselves. Hextech Drake is going to be a nice addition for them.
Daisy appeared on the Summoner's Rift once again. Looks like back to the game. Kind of want to do something around here. I mean, Cozy just went straight from the base towards the Drake, which means they would like to commit as a team of 5, while PMK is still sitting at top lane.
PMK does have the TP available, right? Yes, it is off cooldown, but I don't know if he's going to recall to the bot lane. He's just trying to get the gold from the turret plates, while back to the game are taking the second Drake with no resistance visible anywhere around from Lodis. Sorry.
Just a simple trade. I mean, Drake for plate still favors back to the game because Cozy lost like 1 wave or something like that on the top lane, and it's really not that big of a deal for Sion. He can take those shots, he can lose some waves here and there, and he's still going to be very useful later in the game.
We have the Mountain Soul, finally. That is going to be a really nice soul, honestly, for everybody. For back to the game, it's going to be nice to have the additional protection against all the long-range damage and long-range engage from Lodis, because I want to say the longer the game goes, the scarier it's going to look like around the objectives. Imagine how much Lodis can set up for themselves if the cards are right for them, if the time is right for them.
Yep, we pointed out the ability to engage a fight basically whenever you want. You just need to cast the Call of the Forge God and then just go with Death Charge from the side of Nautilus, and everything should be okay. The follow-up is also great with Tristana and Caitlyn, playing on a really long range. So that's interesting. I'm looking forward to the setups that they are going to prepare for upcoming fights.
I can't wait to see a big upcoming fight, honestly, because Lothan is slowly, very slowly, but surely building up. I want to see some completed items on both the AD carries and on the Demolish. Demolish is dealing damage again, but now he's getting a lot of damage in return. There's not too much that changed in the inventory of Sisyph, but his damage is really scary for Demolish, because the moment Demolish jumps in, he's standing face to face with Korotkiy, and that is exactly what he don't want to be doing.
Yeah, a couple of patches ago, it would be winning like 10 out of 10 for Tristana. Right now, Korotkiy has some options to fight here and there, and we saw it. It was a nice trade from the side of Sisyph, but Domoles, having this Blade of the Ruined King, will be able to heal himself up towards full health, as we can see right now. The fight around Grab is happening, but it's going to despawn like right now.
Yes, unfortunately, nobody's gonna get those poor little grubbies. This grubby is just, it's running free. Run free, little grubby. No one is gonna kill you. No one is gonna get to you. But it's going to be the Herald spawning up very, very soon. Just 2 more seconds, and here it comes. I wonder if anybody is looking at the possibility of this Herald, because back to the game are already here. Sisyph is sitting on a very nice set of the weapons for his ultimate, and he's gonna stack up the full stack for it very soon. Is there going to be any resistance coming in from the blue side? Because they are around just looking at the mini-map. Do they want to go in?
No, there shouldn't be any fight whatsoever. Solari is working on taking this tier 1 tower, and he succeeds in doing so. I don't believe Loten will punish him, not with those items. Yep, so that's a nice trade once again from the side of Lodins, just playing the cross map, just understanding when and where you are stronger, when and where you should just give up and look for a play on the other side of the map.
There is a very big gold difference between the AD carries. If you look at it, Zeller is strongly in the lead with more than a 1k advantage in his pockets. And you can see it in the inventory, reflected very well there, because he's sitting on the IE already completed as the first item for that Caitlyn. That is massive. There is no way Loten should be in the right mind fighting with that Caitlyn anymore, because frankly, nobody can say anything to her. Her damage output is crazy at this level.
Yep, a lot of players from the side of Lodis completing the first item already. Gragas went with Lichbane that will maximize his magic damage output. The very, very much needed magic damage from the side of Lodis. He's basically the only magic damage champion on the blue team. And I do believe that they need him really strong right now to just be able to one-shot the first person appearing on your screen. With this engage and with the potential of basically deleting the first target, that's what Lodis will be looking forward to.
They will be looking forward to that, and as well they will be looking forward to maybe getting the second dragon in their pockets. 45 seconds before the first mountain drake of the game is going to spawn, and both teams are sitting on 1-1 in terms of the dragon score for themselves. Lodis, however, are the first ones around the river, setting up the vision, or rather removing the vision from the enemy in their own jungle, making sure that nobody can catch them off guard around this dragon. Akura is trying really hard to do exactly that, but this is Brom. He doesn't care about a lot of things flying his way.
Lodis are just looking stronger right now, but back to the game are not afraid. They are spawning both Daisy and Herald and trying to contest the tier 1.
They're not gonna take it down, but that's enough distraction for Lodis to actually completely lose their position on the river and look back to the game. Already here, they want to be the first ones to start the Drake, and they're going to do exactly that. Is there going to be any answer from Lodis, because they don't have any vision in the river whatsoever. They're going in completely blind, and back to the game are not even letting them go in, but Nautilus doesn't care about it. The hitboxes are in. The Call of the Forge Gods has actually been stopped by Brom, and Brom is disengaging the enemies and granting the kill to Lothan onto that very Nautilus. The Moonlight Vigil is going to deal a lot of damage, almost removing that Caitlyn from the fight, and PMK is going to be the next one to die, and in back to the game stand victorious.
That was such a crazy fight, but the value of the shields coming from Shasku alongside with the redemption made everyone stay alive in this fight. We've seen this crazy engage coming from the side of Lodis, but it just wasn't enough. The damage wasn't here somehow.
It wasn't. I expected a lot of damage considering there is the first item completed on everybody almost on the side of Lodis, but no, wasn't enough, and even Caitlyn with the ultimate wasn't enough. Caitlyn, to be honest, was removed from the fight rather quickly thanks to a very nice ultimate from Lothan that caught pretty much everybody, or at least the most important targets at the same time, and as a result of it, 1-2 in terms of dragons, 1-2 in terms of kills, all in favor of back to the game.
and that's the main factor I was worried about coming into this game, that Back to the Game are just a little bit better when it comes to teamfights. You know, they've got the experience on the first division, they've played against the really strong teams, but it's not going to help Kozi in this situation, does it?
Kozi can only help himself, and you know what? He's signed with the whole Radiance completed.
Okay.
He actually deals damage back. Look at the health bars. He didn't really fight back, but the item dealt quite some damage back to the enemies and kept him alive. Sizif, now you gotta keep yourself alive because the Call of the Forge Gold is actually gonna catch you right there, Sizif. What can you say to the top lane of the enemy? It's on. He's not just a tank, he's an assassin, he's a killer, and he takes you one-on-one.
What was that? PMK, my man, you found this opportunity and you used it 100%. Sizif couldn't do anything without the flash to survive this situation. That's a nice pick that's going to award you a kill, control over the lane on bot lane, while your team is really strongly working towards another tower on the top side of the map.
Yes, really good distribution of the enemies around the map right now. Huge kudos to PMK for doing what wasn't supposed to be done, but hey, it's on. It's a fun champion. Somehow I hate it much less than Xante, even though he can do as crazy things as that champion can do sometimes. But here is that beautiful team fight. Can you walk us through it, Majutek?
Yeah, we do see a recap right now with Xavi going in, but the focus mainly went onto the Shasku. Lotten and Sizif on the other hand could do a lot of damage, and a great position and ultimate coming from Braum basically didn't allow anyone from the side of Lodis to deal any damage. In the end, we saw Domoles going for the kill, but he didn't succeed. And let's once again look at this beautiful solo bolo made by PMK.
I don't even know if we should say anything. It's just beautiful. Pure art. Thank you, PMK.
What a great guy. I mean, he's known for his aggressive playstyle and aggressive champions like Yone on the top lane and something like that. You don't need assassins. You don't even need bruisers. You can just straight up pick a tank and go for it.
Not any tank. Again, this is On. On is a fun champion. Do not underestimate the damage output he can provide, but most importantly, the constant crowd control that you're never escaping unless you have a flash or a very reliable disengage. And Korotkiy does have a little bit of repositioning tool, but it's not enough, and it can be interrupted, it can be stopped, and that's exactly what PMK kept doing to Sizif. Overall, just great performance from Lodis, sorry. They found a 2v2 situation in terms of the kills. They are actually the ones who are leading in terms of gold as well. A little bit less than 2k lead for them still. 2 items on Demolis with IE finally completed, which means the damage is finally fully dead for Tristana. Let's go. Let's see what Demolis can deliver to us.
Yeah, that's a strong equipment, not only for Demoles, but also for Xelar with Phantom Dancer completed as well. These are the 2 really strong and really dangerous carries from the side of Lodis. But on the other hand, as we mentioned before, you have Braum. And good usage of the Unbreakable Shield. It's going to provide so much value and so much sustain to your team.
PMK is fishing for another kill. Look at him. He's like, is anybody gonna come past me? Because I'm gonna kill them again. I did it once. I would not hesitate to do it again. I'm sitting on 2 items. I have just upgraded my Unending Despair, which means even if you hit me, I hit you back. And it is gonna hurt terribly.
Yeah, level 13 power spike hit. Every other level up is going to provide his teammates with such strong upgrades, ornaments. These items are not balanced, in my opinion. I mean, Ornn is strong as a champion. Ornn is strong as an engaging tool. Also, he provides his teammates with really strong items. What is the weakness of this champion? Like, can you name one?
There is none. He has amazing skins as well with the addition of Conductorn. So, I don't know. This champion is just overall perfect.
That's the definition of being broken.
Exactly. Is it gonna be enough though to be broken for Lodis in 17 seconds from now? Because that is when the next Drake is going to spawn and they really need it. But for now, Demolis wants to have another rendezvous with Sizif. It's some damage coming from both ways. God damn it! Demolis! What was that?
Yeah, Sizif basically knew he was dead. He was facing Tristana with fully completed 2 items.
But that bot work tick right there. Did you see that? Insane, absolutely insane. This Tristana is starting to worry me very much, and it should be worrying back to the game as well, because their fate is not yet decided, and Lodis are starting the Baron already. Oh, here comes PMK. Very nice knock-up of two enemies at the same time, and here comes Nautilus. The Forge Cause has been spawned. Nobody's there to stop it. Where is your shield when it's needed? Cozy's still there, trying to frontline for his team, but how much can you frontline for? At least the Baron has been stopped, but I feel like the fight has not stopped yet.
Alright, a lot of ultimates being used. Back to the game survived all of it. Sisyph joined the team using the TP, and the Baron has been stopped. What's going to happen now? Because the Lodis are trying to set up a trap.
Oh, re-engage on both sides at the same time. Look at that, the majority of Lusa are fighting right now with Cozy, and they're going to delete him immediately. PMK is fighting one man with everybody from back to the game. A really good ultimate though coming in from Lothar, dealing a lot of damage, but it's not nearly enough. Back to the game should be really careful right now. Without their top laner, it's really hard for them to have any definitive say against Lodis.
Is it going to be a Nashor attempt number 2? Okay, it is going to be. They are feeling really confident right now. Back to the game without the front lane. Cannot freely face check those bushes. Cannot go through those traps from Caitlyn.
And PMK is there to stop them. He just recalls, so he's full health, full mana, full shot. If he wants to go on to the enemy, Xavi is still in DP, going a little bit low. But Shasku, can you try to go for a steal? You cannot. It's going to be the Baron for the blue team. And PMK, your job right now is to make sure everybody on your team recalls. The TP is coming in though from the side of back to the game. Cozy is joining the fight. PMK is going dangerously low already. Can they disengage safely? They actually can. Lodis disengage completely safe and sound with Baron on everybody.
But is this guy taking like any damage whatsoever? He was tanking them for like a whole minute during this fight, and you know, he wasn't even struggling at all. Okay, back to the game are going to get a Drake in return, but they just lost two players and lost Nashor.
They lost a lot of gold, they lost a lot of prior, and honestly, Tristana with a Nashor, that's not what you want to see in a game playing against you, because look at this turret, it's gone! It's gone so damn quickly! The wave is gonna be gone as well, and Nautilus is gonna be split pushing non-stop, and he's gonna be a big problem for back to the game, because who do you send to stop her? She just jumps away. Or maybe she jumps right into the trap.
Or maybe she just jumps
maybe
right into you.
Yeah, and then you're dead. No, I don't like where it's going.
Alright, Matty USA are just going to contest this tier 2 without any problems. I mean,
wait,
maybe now?
He's coming in, the ultimate from Braum is there as well. BMK is half the HP already, getting knocked up again. Thank you, Daisy, but you are dead now. What else can you do back to the game? Any ideas? Any re-engage possibilities? No, not really. You have to clear the wave first.
And that's a big problem, basically, because you lost two tier 2s, so you are losing control over the map, you are losing in terms of gold. Lodis are utilizing the Baron buff basically perfectly. I don't see anything that I could say that they are just not doing good. The tempo is alright, the items are just perfect for this stage of the game. They are just looking as a stronger team. It's hard to say for me, it's hard to believe that back to the game won against Zero Tenacity, and right now are in a losing position against a debut team such as Matty USA LODIS.
I gotta say though, I wouldn't say that things are completely lost for back to the game. They are looking rather dire, but they still have quite some nice scaling on their main carries, on their mid laner and on their AD carry. Maybe that's something they could try to play around, but they would need to find a really good window. And the fact they have 3 Drakes stacked, it is also going to help them going further into the game, because there is a Mountain Drake, so we're talking about this is Mountain Soul, and each Mountain Drake is giving them additional resistances. But right now, their base really needs additional resistances, because look at them. They're getting sieged by 2 sides at the same time. The mid lane and the bot lane, both of them are getting crushed down, and the range disadvantage is massive for back to the game. They cannot do anything to Lodis.
Yeah, it looks like they are not defending either position. I mean, yeah, it's hard for Arn to just single-handedly go for the tier 3 tower, but he did a great job stopping Cozy there and putting some damage along the way. Looks like the Nashor buff has expired, so right now we do have some time to reconsider, go back, buy some items, and when we are talking about items, we do see Lord Dominic Regards completed by Domoles, by the way, level 16 Tristana, and
Ooh.
also Xelar adding the same item into his inventory.
So it's level 17 already, Tristana. Well, if you look at the other side of the map, level 15 just hit for Sisyph, level 13 for Lothan. This is 4 levels difference between the AD carry of Back to the Game and the mid laner of Matty USA LODIS. This is an insane difference, but Aphelios, on the other hand, is on 2 items already, Collector plus the Infinity Edge. So it's something. It's, of course, not the 3 items plus the ornament that you can see on LODIS, but a nicely placed ultimate is still going to hurt a lot.
I don't know. I'm starting to worry for Back to the Game because, yeah, the position is not lost yet, but it's really hard to play because the enemy team is also scaling very, very well. We've seen what Caitlyn could do on 4 items, Power Spike level 16. We've seen what Tristana could do, and she's really strong right now. Ornn just hit level 16. I'm seeing a lot of problems, and just one unbreakable shield coming from Braum couldn't solve it all.
No, it solves a lot. However, we already saw it being used really nicely to stop the engage from LODIS. But it will need to happen again, and it will need to happen again very, very soon, because 47 seconds and the Drake is going to spawn for Back to the Game. This might be their ticket back into the game, because the Dragon Soul, the Mountain Soul, is going to help them with the survivability in the upcoming team fights. And they need this survivability because the burst damage from LODIS is really high and really hard for them to do anything about.
Yeah, but neither Sisyph nor Lothan have completed the 3rd item.
Yeah.
That's the big problem. Ornn is going to be unkillable right now if you don't find a way to complete those items. They're just going to give up this Drake. No point of fighting it. The enemy team is definitely stronger. So just look for an opportunity to farm some more, to gather more items to get ready for Nashor that is spawning in 20 seconds.
The only good news is that the minions are pouring towards Back to the Game space, which means the gold is pretty much marching towards them on its own, but they will not have the time to go back to the base and buy something for all their gold. That is the bad news. The only one who had the time to do it was Lothan, who is now having Lord Dominic's Regards completed, so 3-on-3 items between the AD carries of both teams, but no ornament, of course, for Back to the Game.
They just need a perfect team fight. They just need to stop the Ornn ultimate, to just spam shields on everybody.
You really want it to happen. I can hear it. You're rooting for your boys so much.
Yeah, but it's really painful. But on the other hand, I'm really happy that LODIS are finally on the 2nd day of Ultraliga are finding their playstyle and their way to win.
Oh, they're engaging it! They're engaging it! It's a nice engage right onto the enemies, and Korotkiy is already really low on health, so is Cozy. Here comes the own horn. Not really catching too many, but Cozy needs to engage immediately. The Shaskyu is dead. Sisyph is almost dead. Half HP, still firing from a firing very nicely, but he's almost dead. He needs to run away. Finally, here comes the Moonlight Visual from Lothan. Lothan is not full HP anymore. He's dead. Thank you, Domoles. Thank you, Tristana. This is a dead AD carry. This is a dead top laner. This is a dead Back to the Game.
And as painful as it is for me and for all of the viewers cheering for Back to the Game, it is beautiful from the side of LODIS. The really underdogs are coming into your base, and there's nothing you could do about it.
Nothing at all. What you gonna say to them? 5 seconds before Shaskyu is going to respawn, but I don't think he's coming right on time, because look at that, these guys still keep firing onto Back to the Game, and the damage and the range of this damage is absolutely unholy. Domoles, double kill, go make it a triple kill, destroy the turrets, destroy the base, destroy the hopes and dreams of Back to the Game. 10-2, LODIS win it.
Nothing more to add. I mean, this season is just getting started, and we are experiencing so many amazing games already. Yesterday, yeah, we had Zero Tenacity losing. We had the top laner from the side of Forsaken accidentally streaming the game instead of recording. We've had some really crazy stuff, but today is a different day, but everything stays the same. You cannot predict a full day of Ultraliga.
No, never. You're always going to lose at least 1 point in the best of one situation. But this one was really, it seemed easy to predict, right? Because Zero Tenacity lost yesterday 2 back to the game. Back to the game were stronger than the current reigning champion of Ultraliga. At the same time, there was a devils.one who won against Matty USA LODIS. So you would think that you can safely predict at least one game of the day. But no, this is actually going to be the game where you lose the point. But honestly, huge congratulations to Matty Lotus USA because Matty USA Lotus, sorry, because that was a really strong game from them. They snowballed so hard. God damn it.
And they were just looking better at basically every position. I mean, PMK getting the solo bolo, demolishing Sisyph in some isolated situations. Zeller on the Caitlyn just being like one step ahead over Aphelios during the entire game after taking this tier 1, and there was nothing you could do about it. Yeah, we can argue about scaling, but they had Ornn, they had Tristana. Do you really want to argue about it?
You know what? No. I don't want to argue about anything anymore. I am just happy for Matty USA Lotus because they are closing this week 1-1 and they are making back to the game close this week with 1-1. It is an interesting rivalry that feels very personal simply because both of these teams are coming originally from the second division.
It is really interesting, and I would like an interesting interview from the guy who just came from the second division straight to first. Hello, PMK. How did it? Let's start with this one. How did it happen that you found Sisyph in the jungle and basically solo killed him without giving him any room to escape?
Instantly answering this question, honestly, I'm not sure. It was just like, okay, guys, I will outpush bot lane and move mid lane, right? And then I see Korotkiy using W probably because I jumped out of the fog of war, right? So I kind of scared him, and then I realized, hey, wait, he has no flash, right? I just go in. so, so yeah, basically that's how it went. Like,
That was probably our favorite moment out of the whole game, honestly. But I gotta ask you though, you won this game today in such a dominating fashion, but at the same time, you did lose your game yesterday versus devils.one. What is the difference for you as a team between yesterday and today?
to be honest, personally for me, yesterday I had much more stress on than today. I don't know how about my teammates. I'm not sure. I think it's pretty much the same. It would be pretty much the same for them. Maybe not. Who knows? But bad games happens, right? I think we could play the yesterday's game way much better, right? But it just didn't happen. Like, we just had to, I don't know, kinda settle ourselves into the league, maybe. So we just feel more comfortable in next games, right? And yeah, as I already said, comparing to yesterday, today I felt totally zero pressure on, and my own gameplay felt way much more comfortable. So maybe that's the reason.
Yeah,
But I think
actually,
sorry, Majutek.
go.
But I think with each game ongoing, it's just gonna be getting easier and easier. So
And
it was just a bad start, which
that's
happened to everyone.
that's basically the entrance to my question, because I would like to ask you this. We didn't have an opportunity to talk during the spring season in the second Ultraliga, and right now there's been a lot of happening. You won the second division, you got promoted, you probably were excited about it. You just rushed into preparation. Okay, guys, we are going to play in the first division. We have to play. Do you feel the pressure of the new team arriving arriving into the first division that you need to showcase yourself as a player, as a team? You need to do a good result, or are you just sticking to a plan because you planned of joining the first division next year? You planned on winning the promotion tournament. You just got the gift, the wild card. You can play in the summer. What are the stakes? What is the pressure? What are your goals coming into the first division?
Mm, you know, it's kind of lucky for us that we got in the first division this way, right? And probably everyone knows it. But I think we, as a whole team, right, take it as a chance because s- situations like this don't happen to everyone, don't happen too often. So the fact that we got into the first division like that, I take it as a chance that we've been given, because we kind of, maybe not kind of, we actually deserve it, right? We won the second division. Why wouldn't we deserve it to get into the first division? It just, you know, speeding up the plans, which is good, right? It's better to get here now instead of getting it instead of getting there later, especially for players like me who are like already 20 years 22 years old, and you know, I kind of planned to get into the first division a bit faster, like I don't know, at age of 20, 21, even not at 22. So myself, I got very, very excited when I heard that we are gonna play in the first division.
I am
But I
very
don't feel like, I'm sorry, one second.
yeah, sure.
I'm really sorry. No, but I totally do not feel like, at least I didn't feel like, oh wait, why we are going right now to play the first division? We are not prepared yet. Nothing like that. I don't think if anyone of us actually thought this way. So yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, the opportunity wouldn't have come if you weren't ready for it, as they say. So it looks like you were ready, especially with this decisive victory today. I would say you absolutely were. Thank you very much for coming to this interview with us, PMK. And as you might know, we have this tradition here. The floor is yours at the end of the interview. So if you want to give anybody a greeting or a shout out, please do so right now.
Oh, right. Okay. I didn't expect to win any games so fast, so I didn't prepare any list. I'm not gonna lie. No. So traditionally, all the viewers, my parents, my sister, and all other family members who are watching me right now, um, the whole L4 squad. Which, give me a second, I have to mention everyone, every single person. Which is L4KQ, Polish names, obviously, right?
Okay.
Harsak Rengar player, Nikuś, Ryba, Kal, Kaka, Wojnar, Dany, and Kasper 21. And I think that's all for now. Maybe next time I will prepare something more.
Do you come next time with a list and make sure to win next time as well so you can actually
Surely.
read out this list. Thank you very much for coming to the interview once again, PMK. And once again, congratulations with the victory. Go get some rest and be ready to take some more W's next week.
Examination is coming and you're telling me to take a rest. Wow.
I'm sorry.
Would be really nice to have time to take so, but okay. Okay, thank you. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank
Take care.
you.
Bye. Take care. Bye bye.
So this was PMK, the top laner of Matty USA LODIS, who just blessed our eyes with the first victory of the split for them.
A very humble guy, very talented, I should say. He started playing league competitive like 3 or 4 years ago. He was struggling to get into the second division. He was exploring some option in the Polish underground. He was trying really, really hard to get recognized, and he finally did it.
And we're very happy for him, and we can't wait to see what else he is going to showcase to us throughout this split. But speaking of things coming our way this split, and especially today, we have the next match coming our way, which is going to be the Wolves going against devils.one. For sure, you want to see this match, so don't go anywhere.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata e-sportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Fighting for my destiny, they're gonna all remember me as legends. We will rise.
She let me in and I felt so fast, yeah. Just a taste of her skin and I lost all control. My mind was spinning round and around, yeah. I couldn't win, I was made of glass, yeah. She was laced with a drug that seeped inside my soul. But I came back for more and more, yeah. I was a fool, I was too blind to see. I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else could see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I wake up in a cold sweat now. Panic starting to set and losing all control. My world is spinning round and round, yeah. Trapped in my skin and I can't get out now. Being chased by the memory of her wanting me. Tonight she's laying with somebody else. I was a fool, I was too blind to see. I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else can see you were wrong for me? I should have seen it coming. I should have seen it coming. Why was it that everybody else can see you were wrong for me? You were wrong for me. You were wrong for me.
And hello back, everybody. It's the day of surprises, looks like. We just didn't expect that much from the side of Gripchocraft, but okay, it's understandable. But what Matty USA LODIS did to back to the game is really, really. I'm missing a word. Maybe you can find a word in English to describe this type of situation.
I think it's should rather not be named on an official broadcast because I feel like it
Okay,
would go into a dangerous territory. But you get exactly what they did to back to the
fair
game
enough.
and to our hearts because we both predicted back to the game in the previous game.
Yep, exactly. What did we predict on the next one? I do
I'm
believe we
surprised.
went with devils.one, correct?
No, you did. I didn't. I went
Uh,
with the Iron Wolves, and I actually was surprised when I saw it because I don't remember voting for Iron Wolves, especially after yesterday's game. I would love to vote again for devils.one if I could, suddenly change my vote because devils.one showed a really good game yesterday.
Yes, of course. I mean, that's the roster we've been highlighting during the pre-show. That's an improvement for sure. That's the team that lacked a little bit of luck, a little bit of consistency during the spring season. So they didn't go as high as many of us predicted. But in this split, I do believe the chances of getting the third, fourth place, or maybe even first, I don't know anymore who's going to win the whole thing. But devils.one surely are looking as a team who can put on a good fight. Facing Iron Wolves today, the team we do have a lot of question marks about. I mean, okay, I lost Solari for a while, but it's okay. I will just continue talking. Iron Wolves, the team that, in my opinion, has a lot of question marks. Players with some breaks from the competitive. A lot of, you can name them, friends playing together. Not necessarily the strongest lineup of Iron Wolves that we've seen in the Ultraliga. So we are not looking at them as a contender to win the whole thing and go into the playoffs. But hey, as I mentioned before, it's a day full of surprises. So I wouldn't be actually surprised if they win the next game. And looks like I really did lost Solari here. So I will just continue on myself talking about this. Whenever I'm talking about devils.one, I'm mostly focusing on Krisha, the main guy who was the win condition in the spring split and is looking really, really good right now. Yesterday's game on Nidalee was really good, but also I cannot forget about the improvements. Matix on the top lane. Once again, a really, really strong guy. Whenever I was looking at some tier list made by either coaches or ex-players, Matix was somewhere on the A tier, on the third spot between top laners. Also Ribu, a really consistent mid laner who can be the control mage player you need in your team just to get resources, just to get items, just to be present in team fights. And also Antonio, who needed a support who will be with him on the same page, going aggressively. That's what I'm looking forward to when I'm seeing devils.one. And I'm seeing Solari right now, so maybe she can explain herself why she just escaped and why she picked Iron Wolves.
Oh, I'm back right on time. I escaped because I got ganked by internet issues. Unfortunately, all of my Wi-Fi has just decided to die all of a sudden. But as you can see, they're back. They resurrected the Port Guardian Angel, so we're fine. We're going in. And why did I predict Iron Wolves? I am not sure. Maybe I was doing it during my sleep because, again, after yesterday's games, I'm sure devils.one should be a stronger team than Wolves. However, at the same time, I'm also pretty sure that Wolves have not really showed us everything that they have up in their sleeve. So maybe today I'm going to be proven right in my predictions, but we'll see about that. Let's see what the draft is bringing us because, oh my god, we're having fun already!
Right from the start, we forgot about Kartus. We've been focusing during the draft about, AD carries, Caitlyn, Korotkiy, and Skarner, and blah, blah. No, Kartus as an AP jungler is really, really strong. And in addition to this, because you might not know that, Antonio, maybe he's not famous from his support, but he surely can play Kartus on bot lane.
Oh, I would love to see that. I would love to see Karthus bot lane, but we have Karthus, and it doesn't even matter anymore where exactly he's gonna go because it is just already such a fun game with such fun picks. Jace on the top lane, most likely for devils.one already secured for Matty. I'm quite happy with the only champion with more agency. But what is happening with the Wolves? I was hoping for Fiddlesticks, but I love the fact that they're going with LeBlanc Zinchao because this is such a strong duo on the mid lane.
Yeah, once again, a strong duo, jungle and mid lane. That's what teams are focusing on the draft. We are seeing LeBlanc that could be a strong factor playing into squishy champion like Karthus. You know, one-shot him before he one-shots everybody else on our team. That's the main goal, and LeBlanc just feels like a right champion to do the task.
And she's really strong right now. She always needs to be paired up with a really strong jungler because LeBlanc never wants to do anything solo. She always wants to hold somebody's hand and do unholy things to the enemies together. And Xin Zhao is a perfect addition to her because he can be really proactive and set up things for her on the lane quite nicely. So I really love what Bulls have drafted so far. But of course, devils.one are just buying me because their draft is a little bit more fun with this Karthus plus DJs most likely on the mid lane now with the Xante edition. So I like what devils.one are cooking, but they need to finish the cook.
Yeah, that's interesting. It looks like a really nice dish. I don't know if you saw the announcement of the team, the Devil's Kitchen on Twitter.
Yeah.
They are cooking, indeed. It feels like Xante should go on the top lane, but I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen with Karthus. We need to wait a little bit for the answer. Looks like Iron Wolves are predicting Karthus into the jungle. Thus far, they are banning champions like Aphelios.
And it makes sense. They don't want to see Aphelios in the bot lane because then the scaling is going to be a little bit too much for them on the devils.one side to do anything about later in the game. I love the bounce coming in from everybody at this point because we have some of the strongest supports being completely removed. Talking about Brom, Alistar, and Nautilus right now, of course, from the side of Wolves as the last ban. So let's see what devils.one are going to show us. They still have a lot of questions to answer with where everybody is going. So right now, yes, it is going to be a support just to keep us waiting for the final reveal for a little while longer.
Still a mystery about this Grim Reaper of Karthus. And Iron Wolves should already put all cards onto the table. We are missing support when we are missing top lane. The top lane is going to be Renekton into Xante. It's an okay matchup for Renekton. He could do some things in the early game, deal some damage actually before Xante reaches the peak of 1000 armor and magic resist and everything like that, but it looks like a strong composition in the mid phase of the game, with Renekton on the power spike, level 13, 14, 2 items, LeBlanc, basically the same scenario, with Rakan also a really strong composition to just pick everybody one by one.
Yeah. Or go for a full-in engage. Honestly, they could also do that because they have Xin Zhao to start the fights, followed up by Renekton with the slice and dice, followed up or even started by that Rakan on the support position for Wolves. They can do a lot of stuff to the enemies. They don't really have the strongest front line, but you know what they have? They have a Draven for Antonio playing against them. Draven plus Leona. Oh my god, this bot lane wants to kill.
I am already suffering from the damage from the side of Draven, and the game didn't even start. That's the second champion that Antonio was known in the second division. We have been experiencing. Actually, there've been some scenarios with 3 bans against Antonio, Draven, Karthus, and some Twitch. But Twitch was an addiction to that. It looks like Karthus is going to be in hands of Krisha. This guy just loves magic champions into the jungle, plus some Lee Sin from time to time, but he's known for getting all the resources, getting ahead of the enemy and just snowballing the game with the team.
Yeah, and he's really good at it. And he's really good at Karthus as well. We have seen Croatia playing this champion quite sometimes in the previous splits with varying success. But Karthus is a champion that, if given the time to scale, if he doesn't need to be bothered with the state of his lanes, he can do a lot. And I quite like the lanes that he's being paired up with, because none of these lanes really will require too much of his attention unless there is going to be a lot of pressure from Xinjiao from the other side of the map. Because what do we have there? We have Jace, we have Xante, who can be really self-sufficient and don't really need help, because if things don't really go their way in the early game, they can just survive through the lane. And then we have Draven Leona. Draven Leona will just try to go for the kills, I would assume, non-stop. And again, they won't really even need their jungler for that.
So looks like his main goal is just to farm six as fast as possible, and then just press R, hands
And
up,
keep farming.
and pray for it, and keep farming. Yeah, but basically.
And imagine the Blackfire torch on him. This is going to be a really interesting build, because it gives you the ticking damage and it also scales up with your AP and it gives you mana. I feel like for Karthus in the jungle, it's going to be the perfect item. Paired up with Liandry's, paired up with, I don't even know what else. Does he even need anything else?
Maybe Rabadon, just to
Yeah, exactly.
damage outputs.
Yeah, and then it's going to be a full build.
Basically it. The last one thing I am wondering, and I will have an answer right now. Yes, he's going with the first strike, so even more damage onto his level 6 execution.
Let's go. We actually have two first strikes on the side of devils.one. We have it on Rebo on the mid lane. We have it on Karthus in the jungle. You can see they want to start a lot of fights. However, DrBrilmann on the mid lane from the side of Wolves wants to be doing pretty much the same. I have no clue how this game is going to look like. I can only try to predict, try to read out some things based on the draft. But that is as far as we can go here on the quote-unquote analyst desk. We can only see what the teams have prepared for us. What have they been cooking? Because devils.one have already cooked with their draft. I hope now they can also cook in the game.
Yeah, really looking forward. The same as you, Solari. Let's see how those players could perform on the third match of today. After the first map, I have asked a question. Is it going to be even more exciting? And the second match told me, yes, it is. What is going to happen in the third match? We have an invade already with Karthus securing the first camp from the enemy jungle.
Quite likely, Croatia could even secure the whole red part of the enemy's jungle for himself, because you can see Jengtex has already been forced out of his own jungle. So we're going to see some vertical jungling from bot to the top for both of them. You know, Xinjiao just clearing his own blue parts of the jungle, then going into the enemy's part, and vice versa for Croatia. But this is already a really good beginning for devils.one. Plus, you gotta remember the Karthus does clear the jungle rather quickly, so it shouldn't be any problem for him to get to the safety if he feels like it. Or go to the bot lane. He is being spotted on the ward, unfortunately for him, and very fortunately for Wolves bot lane.
Yeah, the problem for Jenksas might be that his champion is not the fastest clearer of the jungle camps, which means Karthus could possibly find him somewhere, but it looked like it's not going to happen.
Oh, Dancer is re-engaging right after ends engage, and he's getting a lot of shots back into him. Oh, this health bar on Leona. It is not really helping anymore for devils.one. They just lost a lot of prio because of their Leona state.
Somehow he didn't hit the level 2 at the same time as Antonio did, mostly because he just rotated through the Tribush and just lost 1 creep worth of experience, and that costed them a lost trade. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it is painful.
It is painful. You know what else is painful? The difference between the junglers. Zaindex had to take only 1 camp in his own jungle and go clear the enemy jungle so that he can be sure that he actually will take all the camps from the enemy. And only now he's going back to his jungle, while Karthus has already completed the full clear. Still, of course, needs the Scuttle Crab to hit the sweet level 4, and he's gonna spawn soon.
Yeah, he's faster than the spawn of the
Yeah.
Scuttle Crab, so he just needs to wait a little bit. I was thinking if he's going to visit bot lane because of the wards being used both on the red buff and the tree bush, which means that Roof and Ants wouldn't have a protection against Kartus, but he didn't decide to do so. He just went for a Scuttle Crab and a recall.
He could have done it because there was an attempt to spot him out in his own jungle by Ents just a little bit earlier, but he wasn't spotted on it. So there was no idea for Wolves where exactly the enemy jungler was at that time. But yeah, he decided not to. He decided not to risk it. Recall back. He's having a Dark Seal, by the way. So if he starts snowballing, it is going to start being very painful very quickly for the Wolves.
I believe that's the main idea, to just play through bot lane and snowball two champions at once. And we are talking about both Kartus and Draven, really looking forward at the first blood on this side of the map. Meanwhile, on top lane, yeah, we will see this image a lot of the times. Renekton just putting pressure onto the K'Sante, and the other side is just trying to respond with some trades.
Trying to respawn is honestly a really good way to put it. But yeah, the top lane is gonna have this fist fight over and over. It is an optimal situation for Xante, not as optimal for Renekton, unfortunately, because at level 6 there is going to be sort of the first power spike for Xante on the lane, because his ultimate unlocks a lot of possibilities for him, while at the same time for Renekton, this guy really loves to play throughout his early game, right? Through his spikes at the very early levels. Hasn't really scored anything apart from a small CS lead, so I really wonder how this Crocodile is going to score later in the game.
He probably needs Jinxas to just play with him to the top lane. Jinxas was slowed down by this aggressive invade on level 1 into his jungle, but looks like the pathing went back to normal. He came back from base, bought some items. Right now he's finishing the last camp, and hey, what is Xin Zhao going to do? Is it going to be some kind of a lane gank on bot lane? Because looks like Dancer and Antonio might want to press here.
Quite possibly, and they have no vision onto this last push on the lane, so Xinja has not yet been spotted. If Dancer decides to go onto the enemies, it's going to be a really painful surprise for devils.one. Level 5 on Antonio, no level 5 onto Wolves here, but Ants is actually the one going in. They're going onto Antonio. They're trying to lead him. A very nice attempt of disengage from Antonio, but he's burning down, trying still to throw in the axes. The barrier has been used, but this isn't near the first blood for Ants. A lot of summoner spells being thrown here and there. No summoners onto roof anymore because the guy's just trying to survive. Look at his health bar. No, he's not surviving, and it's a double kill for Krisha. Make it maybe a triple. He has no mana. Can they still continue? Dancer is trying to give it to Krisha, but it's not going to be another double kill. It is.
That's a problematic situation for Antonio, but a great outcome for Krisha. And I do believe if Krisha is ahead, then all of the roster of devils.one should be happy. Faster level 6 and a stronger punch with the Requiem.
Oh, a stronger punch with a Requiem. It sounds very nice for devils.one. Honestly, they need to get to the point where Karthus is going to be a real menace to everybody whenever he presses the R, when there is this constant threat of him pressing the R. There are no barriers on both sides, by the way. Did he steal it? No, he didn't. He didn't. It looked very close, but Jinxas actually did smite the Gravy, so they're gonna get all 3 of those.
Yeah, it was really close. Let's just look at this situation once again. Antonio immediately flashing away, just holding into the barrier, trying to bait out something. Barrier last second, but Rakan was able to get this elimination. Sadly for Iron Wolves, it was an elimination going into the pocket of the support.
Yeah, at least he didn't die right after it happened. Speaking of him maybe potentially dying, he's going to Krisha and Dancer again. He has Roof around Jinxes and Domas around as well. Ooh, the flash from Dancer, another flash from Domas, trying to fish for something. But Wolves can't really find anything in this exchange.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure, burning 2 flashes here and gaining control over the Drake, but not contesting it immediately after.
No. It's still standing. It's waiting for somebody to come and pick it up. It's an Infernal Drake, so really nice addition for either of the teams. But no, nobody's yet going for it. Level 6, by the way, has been hit for Antonio and for Ru, so both of the AD carries are fully ready to commit to a fight that is happening on the completely opposite side of the Summoner Street. Level 6 has been hit for Krisha as well. This is an important milestone that we've been looking forward to, and now it's finally here. However, Krisha has no mana. He needs to do something about the mana issues.
Yeah, but Ribu needs to do something about the
Ribu?
situation on mid lane.
Oh, Jinx is actually going right under the turret, getting 2 tower shots in the face, cannot continue after that. Oh, the big fight on the bot lane is happening. Actually, Ant is fighting, but Ant is dying because of the ultimate from Antonio and another ultimate from Dancer to stun Roof in one place. And here comes the ultimate from Krisha. Give him the kill, he deserves it.
Oh, that was painful. I mean, what were they thinking? They could take on the Draven plus Leona duo on the bot lane right now. A quick recap about what's happening on the mid lane, but there's nothing really interesting here. Krisha with third elimination. Krisha with already 6 stacks on his Dark Seal.
Ooh, and he's going for Black Fire too, which is the first item, judging by this new component. A really nice choice for him. But tell me what went wrong here for Wolves?
They went for Leona because Dancer was level 5 and they thought they could delete him really quickly before everything started falling apart. Dancer survived, hit level 6 right after the kill on the Rakan, and the rest is just a history.
And it's a very sad history for Wolves because they're going 1-4 right now. There is a 1 and something K gold lead for devils.one. It's going to be a little bit bigger right now because they're also going to make the lead in terms of the dragons. They are taking very quickly, by the way. The first Drake of the game, the Infernal one, finally going down. The next one will be the Ocean Drake. Okay, so the choice of the source is limited, but might still be a good one.
Yeah, it still could be the Hextech one for Draven, for Karthus. Oh my god, that would be a little bit problematic for the side of Iron Wolves. No, the game is already a little bit problematic because Karthus is ahead with the first item completed right after the 10th minute mark, and also Antonio getting an early cash out on his passive.
Oh, that is nice. That is always nice for any Draven player. Speaking of the completed items, by the way, Onyx on the top lane has the Eclipse completed on that Renekton, so it feels a little bit more confident, but a little bit is the key word here, because it's really hard to say anything to this Xante. He still has the ultimate, has the Ghost available. If anything goes south, he just runs, Awaken, ends. Say the same about himself, rather can Dancer say the same about himself, because it's 3 men jumping on top of him, 4 men, because Roof wants to get the kill, and he gets it.
Yeah, that was a big misposition from the side of Dancer, and not much he could do about it, but a lot that the rest of the devils.one team could do about it. For example, Ribu getting his hands on the second plate on the mid lane. Krisha taking a peek on what is happening inside the jungle of the enemy. You know, man, it's the same camps basically you have in your own jungle, so maybe stick to that.
Oh, but there is a Xinjiao. There is a wild Xinjiao appearing, and it's a first kill for Ribu, but Ribu has to pay for it with his own life because Domes is going to get this kill. But the fight continues because Enz is around jumping back and forth. The ultimate from Dancer is coming in, and there is a kill. Krisha is on rampage. The LeBlanc is no more.
Oh my god, Krisha is already 4-0. This guy is looking so strong on his champion. I don't believe that Iron Wolves were prepared for this type of situation. Right now they are losing the other set of Void Grabs, which will equal the score 3-3, most probably.
Enz wants to come in. Almax is also coming in. Enz is half HP already. He's burning down, but guess who else is burning down? Dancer, no mana, but the flash, but he's burning down. He flashed with the Ignite on him, but look at that, Maddox is around. It's finally a shutdown for Domus, finally a shutdown onto Krisha. He's going to use the ultimate right after he died, but that is not really gonna change the state of things.
All right, great pickup from the side of Iron Wolves. I lost the faith in them for a little bit, but looks like they could turn this situation as a group of 4. But will Domas pay for it?
Quite possibly this is a clone, however, that Ribu is fighting with, so no, he's just getting out of it.
Okay. So he won't pay for it. Also, Roof got like 2 or 3 even plates on the bot lane, and suddenly the gold looks more even than it was 30 seconds before.
So wait, the Wolves are coming completely into the fog of war. They don't know what's waiting for them right after this bush, even in the bush, but they're still going for it. And Domus is going to die right after his jungler died a little bit earlier. But what went wrong for devils.one?
I mean, after this situation, they were clearly winning. They had the advantage, but the TP coming from the side of LeBlanc, they just wasn't expecting this. Look at Krisha. He was just dealing damage from the back, but boom, here comes Domas, and you are dead. Huge shutdown for LeBlanc just seals the deal.
There is a lot of possibilities for Wolves to get to the back lane of the enemies, and that's something that devils.one need to be really careful about, because Antonio has a little bit of disengaging. He just throw the enemies in different directions, but that's it. Krisha doesn't have anything whatsoever in his kit, which means if LeBlanc is coming in, if Renekton or Xinjiao have an opening onto the back lane of devils.one, they're pretty much dead.
That's still a situation where devils.one have the gold lead. That's okay for them. They worked really hard during the early game to just get ahead. But right now we are slowly going into the mid lane, where Renekton will be really powerful. LeBlanc will be really dangerous, as you mentioned before. She could easily access the back lane, and there's not that much of appeal around. I mean, as soon as Leona goes in, there's basically nobody that could save you from this match.
Right, that is kind of starting to be a problem for devils.one now, because the Draven-Leona combination works flawlessly on the bot lane because of how aggressive they can be and how much field pressure they have. But right after the laning phase, if you don't have something like Ivern on your side, you don't really have any protection left for your backlane whatsoever. And you need this protection because look at Roof. Roof is dealing damage. He hasn't even completed a single item just yet, most likely. I would assume going for IE as the first item straight away, but already dealing a lot even without it.
But devils.one are going to secure the Drake. That's good for them, and maybe look for a fight in mid lane as Herald has been spawned, and this tower will most probably fall.
It has to. Yes, it will fall. Is Ansel looking for something? It looks like Ansel's looking for... Oh, it's Zendax actually looking for an opportunity, coming in with a charm follow-up immediately from Rakan. It is the first kill for Jinx. Reaper, however, is answering immediately with a very nice kill for himself, and the ultimate is coming in from Krisha. He died, but he didn't die for nothing.
All right. That's another great pickup from the side of Iron Wolves, you know, getting the tower, shutting down Krisha, so he can't really be a threat anymore. But unluckily for them, Ribu was here, and Ribu is really feeling the champion he's operating on.
Yes, but this is still in the end a 2v2 exchange, which puts us into a 7-9 situation. And the gold, look at the gold difference. There is almost no difference, just a tiny little bit lead for devils.one, but it doesn't really matter that much because Wolves are making sure to close the gap between the teams.
And it's no longer a lead for them. Really great game from the side of Iron Wolves. Let's look at the situation once again. We didn't expect an engage, but look at this Rakan Xin combo just engaging in, just getting 2 easy eliminations out of it. But as long as you fight inside the passive of Karthus, you are not going to win anymore, my friends. You need to escape really quickly, and you know, basically ENG just didn't have an opportunity to do so. By the way, Rakan is 3-1-3. I just noticed.
Support, by the way. He has more kills than anybody on his team. Rakan, that's another fun champion. But speaking of fun champions, by the way, I want you to have another look at Krisha, a very quick look, because first of all, he's level 11 already, which means not great on the ultimate and all the good things and everything. But second of all, he's almost on 2 items. He is very close to completing Liandry as the second item, and that means your point about it being impossible to fight in the passive of Karthus is going to be twice as potent once he completes it.
I mean, Torch plus Liandry's plus the first strike is going to really strike you up from the air, and there's nothing you could do about it. There's no spell shield, there's no healing whatsoever that could make you survive. I mean, yeah, Renekton and Rakan are having some, but Jinx doesn't.
Speaking of surviving, Roof barely survived that, had to flash away, sacrificing the flash, but at least saving the life, because otherwise that would have been a really dead Jinx. Might be a really dead turret as well somewhere soon.
Yep, I mean the locket also comes in handy to block the damage upcoming
Yes.
from the side of Draven's ultimate. Matix, don't be stopping while you are still on lane.
That's a good question, but Maddox could as well be dead very soon. Just a little bit not enough from Domus. Domus is dealing a lot of damage to Xante. AP damage, brother. But devils.one taking the turret on the mid lane. Can they do anything else? Not yet.
Maybe rotating towards top lane, maybe
TP.
playing with the Jace,
And
but there's no
it's
sense.
coming in! Right on the creature. They want to delete this cutlass as soon as possible, but it's only Dancer they can feast upon.
That's the one element. Oh my god, Matix just
Alex?
beat behind, looking for a flank, but brother, you are on the wrong side of the Summoner's Rift.
Ooh, and Dermes is
Straight up.
coming in. Reminder, there is a lot of armor on Xante, not so much magic.
Oh.
Oh, you're so lucky, Maddox. This is your day. Go, I don't know, go to casino or something.
It was indeed a lucky play from his side. He managed to survive, although the TP wasn't put in the best use. Luckily for him, luckily for devils.one, it was only the consequence of losing Dancer in the process of sieging this tier 1. Gold is dead even, and we are shortly coming into the spawn of a third Drake. We are getting a replay of... Yeah, we are
just to secure the kill.
I mean, not just to secure just to secure the situation, and as a reward, he was getting a kill.
Depends on how you look at it, but at least now he has the same KDA as his support, so it's something to be proud of.
Yeah, they are fighting for the first place.
Exactly.
In some KDA competition.
Mm-hmm.
Ribu is currently falling off this competition, although he has 4 eliminations. He's sitting at only 1 assist.
Not good, my brother. You need more assists. You need to help somebody on your team. Maybe there's going to be an opportunity right now because Drake is spawning, and devils.one are looking for a way to collapse onto Wolves potentially. Problem is, Wolves still have really good opening onto the Drake. What are devils.one doing? Oh, they were looking for somebody. They were fishing for Max and also found him, but they have been found themselves. Quite some damage flying their away from Wolves. They need to keep poking Wolves because they still have this long-range poke, especially thanks to Reboot. Is it gonna be enough? Because look at Domus. Look at Domus. He's at the flank. He's ready to go right into the backline of the enemy together with Rakan. What an engage from Rakan! They're gonna be deleted because they allowed it to happen. They are falling one after another, and a double kill for Renekton is just a sweet, sweet thank you from the team.
You gotta be kidding me! What a position from the side of Ents! Nobody was ready for that. Not even one person from the side of devils.one expected him to go for such a crazy flank, such a crazy adventure, and the grand entrance catching like 4, maybe even 5 people. It doesn't even matter. It was a clean fight, clean Drake, and a well-deserved Nasher for them.
It was overall a great preparation to the fight and a great engage from Arnox, from Ents, and from Domas. But of course, if we were to give the MVPs here at Ultraliga English, the MVP award has to go to that Rakan, because what an engage was it. Look at this entrance, it is grand indeed.
Oh, grand entrance into a double distortion from the side of... I'm just out of words. That was the best play of today. No cap.
Yes, absolutely. And we're just in game 3. We still have 1 more to go, my brother. But Wolves are making me very happy all of a sudden, because I said before the game that maybe I should have predicted devils.one because they looked really strong today, and Wolves did lose their first game of the weekend of the split. However, Wolves do know something about the team fighting. It has always historically been a very teamfight oriented team in Ultraliga. That's what we praised them for. We called them the pack of the Wolves because they always acted as a pack, and you can see it in that very team fight at the Drake.
And just before the match started, or maybe I don't have time to talk
Domus.
about it.
Domus, oh, you got caught in the ultimate from Dancer. He doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Okay, that wasn't the best opportunity to catch LeBlanc. I mean, you could aim for the other champions, for example, like Jinx, who's just going to demolish your front lane.
Going to try, but yeah, it's half HP. Xante, that's not a sight you see very often in a game.
I mean, you know, doing damage to Xante is a way different method of measuring your damage output. If you can take Xante to like half of his health bar, you could basically delete any other champion in the game.
You know what? Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. Speaking of deleting things from the game, Onyx has to be stopped by somebody because he's doing unholy things to that turret on the mid lane, but that's just what Bulls want to be doing, right? They want to be going onto the enemies. Oh my god, Eds, what are you doing? They're going onto Krisha again! The problem is, even though Krisha is dead, he can still press the R button and half of the HPs of everybody on the Wolf side are gone.
But that's not a good sign for devils.one. I mean, yeah, you can disengage, you can deal a lot of damage, but you cannot stop Iron Wolves from demolishing your base. Lucky for them, the Nashor buff is going to last for only 30 more seconds, which basically means just reset, go to base, buy items. And yeah, while are we talking about items? Domas just bought brand new book.
Oh. It's a book. It's a good book because it has a little 12 number right next to it, which means it's a Magi with 12 stacks, and that means everybody at devils.one is getting additional damage right at them.
And that would be problematic. I want to go on a topic I started before. While you were fighting with your internet connection, and I was trying to put a different view onto this game and onto those two teams, I said that, you know, Iron Wolves looks like a pack of friends playing together in the first division of Ultraliga, and it looks like a pack of friends, a pack of wolves.
Oh, they're doing it again! Wait, they're doing it again! They're going into Domus, but this time it's Krisha around and it's a shutdown! Oh, goodbye, the stacks! Goodbye, 10 stacks of match, I see you never!
Yeah, but when you are playing as a pack of wolves, you just need to stay together. You can't let your alpha one just go for a hunt.
A lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Don't forget about that, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, exactly that. So he bought a book, and he got a discount for it, you know, with 12 stacks already. Oh, that's great, but hey, here comes taxes.
Yeah, he was just too busy reading. He forgot to like look around or something. It happens to some of us, you know, you get too busy with the book. I wonder what book it was.
Too excited about the book. He definitely was excited about buying a Magi's at, you know, halfway through with the stacks.
Roof. Oh, you gotta flash out of that, brother. Oh, you gotta try to do something about this ultimate again, coming from Krisha your way, but they're dealing damage to Modix. In the meantime, Jenks, however, is very low. Delmas hasn't been spotted yet, and he's doing it again, but he's getting stunned. He's almost dead. He needs to retrieve immediately, because otherwise it's way too much damage. When did devils.one get all this damage?
And how did Enz escape?
Domas? Oh, he's going on to Dancer. Oh, he's gonna get stunned again. He jumped over the wall there right before the stunt worked on him.
We got so many things happening right now on our screens, but in the end, when the dust settles, it's Iron Wolves taking the second Drake for them.
Okay, it's 2 for 2. We again, by the way, have the Chemtech souls. Somehow in these 2 days, we have the majority of the souls being the Chemtech souls, which is a little bit worrisome. But it's, regardless, a pretty nice soul for Wolves. Especially Domus would love to have this soul. All the tenacity would be really useful when Dancer is paramount throwing the ultimates at him.
Yeah, Dancer is playing like his only goal is to just take on LeBlanc, ignore everybody else, ignore everything else, just try to stop her. And he's doing a nice job, but in the end, it's a LeBlanc. She could do a lot of things to just avoid them.
Yeah, jumping around and things like that. Or, for example, buying Rabadon and making sure that the enemies die before they can kill that very LeBlanc, which is exactly what Domus just did.
Yeah, but for the price of this very, very cool book, which is no longer with him. Maybe he read it all.
Anymore.
Maybe he read it all and decided to just give it back.
Yeah, it wasn't a shop, it was a library. So he just rented the book, looked at the stocks, liked the stocks, didn't like losing the stocks. He's like, nah, you know what? I rather want something that stays with me regardless of if I die or not.
I would like a hat, definitely.
By the way, if you look at the KDA, Hens is somehow still winning. Compared to Domus, 1 death is what separates the two.
And it's not like this guy is just playing, you know, like Lulu and popping shields on everybody, staying in the back and just being happy with all the KDA. No, he's the main engage tool, finding those amazing ground entrances and still dying only once.
Hey, still no disrespect to the fellow Lulu players out there. You are very valuable and you're very loved, especially by Aphelios players. But yes, ENG is constantly running into the danger. And he is actually becoming the danger himself. And he will need to be the danger for devils.one yet again, because the Baron, as you can see on your screens right now, is up and running and alive. And Wolves are setting up for it.
And also ENG, by the way, he's having like 2600 health points plus shield, which basically means 3k. So he's a tank, a support, an engage tool, only peeling tool for Jinx. He's basically doing everything on his own. He's only lacking a little bit of damage.
He still has 3 kills in the meantime, and he has the ignite, so, you know, he's also a killing machine. So, yeah, he's like Ornn in this game, you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. All right, what are the pack? What is the pack going to do? It looks like, first of all, just set up some vision, just create a space for themselves, and maybe prepare an Asher.
Would be really nice to go for it. Still a little bit more than a minute and a half before the Drake is going to spawn. Oh, Thomas, was it worth it, brother? Jumping in, getting so much damage in the face and jumping back out of it? I don't think it was worth it.
Yeah, he's not the only one dealing damage. Look at Ribu, level 16, 4 items for him. He's became really strong during the game.
Oh, and there is finally the Hollow Radiance, by the way, in Matix, which means he's not really that scared of Thomas anymore. But everybody should be scared of everybody right now, because Wolves are still at Nash. Half HP is at Nash or devils.one. Need to do something about it right here, right now. And Korotkiy is starting it all with the ultimate, and Arnax is very low on health already. Wolves have to disengage. Will they be allowed, though, to do so? Because they are being forced into a fight. And Cheng just doesn't want to be there, but he's dead just like that. Matix is still following up with the enemies. Thomas is going to stop him down with a very nice route, so that's it for devils.one, but they can actually take the Nashor themselves.
They can, most likely, because the jungler is down, which allows them to take this opportunity. There's nobody to even think about stealing this objective. That's the Nashor indeed for the side of devils.one, and they are once again in a lead. That's a cosmetic gold lead, but still a really nice position for them. Krisha completing the Death Cap right now on level 16, just hit Ribu with 4 items for quite some time. I mean, those guys are hitting the biggest power spikes of those champions.
Krisha is pretty much full build. He doesn't even need that little ring anymore. It's only 3 stacks in it, because poor guy died 4 times already throughout the course of the game. Maybe he'll buy a book. Maybe he will not. We don't know. But what he would like to do right now is take the Drake.
Let him wear some jewelry. I mean, maybe he likes it.
Thomas is on the flank. Thomas
Thomas.
might be. Oh, Thomas has a very good angle. The Drake has been taken, but it only means the fight can start right here, right now. Again. He's going in, and Korotkiy is removed. Danza is removed immediately afterwards. It's a double kill for Roof, and Roof is very excited about what's going on in the Rift right now. He wants to get a little bit more from Matix. And look at Matix. Hello, frontline. Hello, tank. Where is the health bar? Oh, it's gone almost fully, because Roof is firing non-stop. He's outing though, Thomas, but this is not going to be enough. Thomas survives it.
I believe we need to check ENG's PC, because what he's doing is not normal. It's not normal, everybody. This guy is playing out of his mind.
And we love seeing it. We love seeing it so very much. This is such a great Rakan play. And look at them. They're pushing in right now. devils.one are the ones who got the Baron, but they're the ones being taken by Wolves now. One after another. Antonio is down. The inhibitor on the mid lane is down as well. And even though the damage output from devils.one is still high, the Wolves have it better. They do everything a little bit better than devils.one do. They take another turret on their base. They are ready to take somebody else. Maybe Dancer, because he's half HP already. Maybe somebody else, maybe another turret, maybe this game as it is. The Wolves are going in for the last fight of the day for them, and ENG is still dancing around. This is a grand entrance for Wolves indeed, because they are going 1-1 this week.
And they just went for a win. I mean, what a surprise, because I saw Domas just teleporting towards the bot lane. He wanted to take the tier 2. He wanted to play it slow, but the rest of the team said, nah, man, we got it. Ends got it. Ends with his beautiful engages alongside the rest of the team. Just decided it's enough. Let's go for the win. Let's go show everybody. You don't believe that Iron Wolves can win? You don't put us into the predictions? Well, it's your problem. Actually, it's my problem. It's not your problem, Solari, because somehow you predicted it.
Yes, somehow. I guess I believed from the very beginning that Wolves are going to scale. There was a very quick scaling coming in from them, but yeah, somehow, surprisingly, I was correct. devils.one did look really strong yesterday. Wolves maybe not so much, but today that was really dominant from them. There were some points still in the game, though, I would say, when devils.one did look very strong.
Yeah, especially the early game. I mean, Krisha getting the lead, getting the stacks,
Yeah.
getting the level 6, Antonio getting the payout. Everything was just looking okay, all right. That the snowball effect is going to appear, and the ball is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. But then, out of nowhere, this situation around the Drake, this very engaged from the side of ends. And I would like to put a dot here and to not analyze any further, because everything after that just started to falling apart.
Yeah, it's just ends, full stop. Honestly, he was insane. And again, I would fully give him my MVP for this game if we were allowed to do so. But unofficially, ends, you do have it.
I mean, unofficially, well, let's say officially from the English cast, because I do agree with you 100% that he deserves it. Although I'm getting an information, it's not going to be ends on our interview, and we are waiting for another great player, another member of the Wolf pack. It's going to be the lone Wolf that just died, but the pack survived and carried on.
Yeah, and he did carry on with the team as well. I gotta say it. He was doing a great job, and he was a really important part of the team, because you could see at some point Majutek's did build up, and as it is usual for Xantes, he did start building up from the armor in his kit in his inventory. However, when you build armor, there is always the problem when there is a strong AP assassin on the enemy team, like there was that LeBlanc in Doma's hands on the side of the Wolf pack. He was going in, like there is no tomorrow, right on thematics, and removing this Xante from the game. Later on, LeBlanc wasn't even needed that much, because there was roof was already built up with LDR to just complete the build. He was cutting through everybody, including the Xante. And I believe that maybe, you know what, maybe Xante did need some buffs in the end, because it looks like he's not fully unkillable.
Let's not say it out loud on the official broadcast, because somebody might hear us and, take notes from what you're saying. But I don't believe it's about Kasante not being tanky enough. I do believe it's about the snowball that Iron Wolves presented us, struggling a little bit into the early game, but just staying together, staying strong, looking for these opportunities to go in. And as we mentioned before, lack of peeling from the side of devils.one. Yeah, Dancer was doing a good job trying to stun and eliminate LeBlanc whenever he saw her, but that just wasn't enough. I mean, you cannot just take it for granted that, okay, one stun will delete the LeBlanc, because on the other hand, you do have Zin, you do have Renekton, you do have Jinx, and you do have Rakan. I mean, we mentioned it like 100 of times, but Rakan was the key to not only this team fight, this composition, but to all of this. I mean, Ens is the player who recently was playing AD carry role. He lane swapped to support. And I don't see, overall support plays in what he showed us. It feels like he's been playing this role for his entire life.
But honestly, the mentality is still kind of AD carry-ish one, right? It's like, we go in and we die. Not even tomorrow, we do it today. And it doesn't matter what is the outcome. What is important is that we do it. And he's playing the very right champion to do so, to be honest, because his performance on Rakan is simply stellar. Understanding the limits of the champion and understanding always and knowing that there is a team behind him to support his engages, because he was never just engaging alone. It was a rather long range engage, you would say, because Rakan is pretty capable of doing so, but there was always a very quick follow-up because there is a really good gap close on the Xinjiao, there is a really good gap close on the Blanc as well, and Jinx has enough range to support them from afar. So it was overall just a really strong composition and a team that knows how to play with this comp.
Everything has been just going so well after the 15-minute mark
Yeah.
of the game. Iron Wolves just turned the game around and went for the win. And we are turning this situation into an interview as soon as Domas is ready. I do believe that he will be here shortly, but I'm getting signals from our broadcasters that we need to wait a little bit more.
Okay. It's sad because I really want to talk to the Domus already. But in the meantime, can we just mention very quickly that in the end, both Wolves and devils.one are ending this week with a 1-1, which means who do we have left so far with a 2-0?
Gryptocraft?
Gryptocraft, and that's pretty much it, right?
Who would have thought that Gryptocraft are going to end it with 2-0?
Not me. Not me
No,
for
not me
sure.
Okay, but maybe our guest on the interview would have predicted that. So let's finally welcome Domas here. Congratulations on this win. I didn't believe, many people didn't believe, but you showed us that we need to respect Iron Wolves.
Hello, guys. Nice to be here. Yeah, well, maybe it's not unexpected, but still, I'm angry that you didn't believe.
You should be. You absolutely should be. But can you please tell us what is the character of Iron Wolves in this split? Because it's like the team does change a little bit from split to split, but it's like the core stays the same. How can you characterize your team coming into this summer split?
Well, I would characterize us as a wild cards. I think that we have like 3 Lithuanian players and 2 Estonian players, so it's like all the Baltic roster, which I'm really happy for. And yeah, I think we have our own strengths. In the top side we have Arnax, and the bot side we have Ruff and Ens. Like they have their unique play styles, and that's how I would just I don't know, like a rockets or something.
I mean, yeah, ants and unique play style. This is the guy that recently has been playing AD carry, if I recall correctly. Right now, lane swapping towards support role. Maybe not lane swapping because he's still playing on bot lane, but a different role for him. He needs to peel, he needs to protect, but also he's very good at attacking. What was the voice comms when he found this 5-man ultimate and knock-up during the dragon fight?
Well, first of all, the voice comms were like, "Oh, I'm having a flank, just chill." And then I saw like they were sandwiched, and the support just said like, "Oh, I'm just going in." And when I saw that, we just shouted and we just went in, and it was like I didn't even expect it to be 5-man. It was like I thought it would be like 3 people would be okay, but it was 5-man, so it was like, oh my god, that's insane. And I really liked my support play there.
As you should, honestly. But I want to switch the attention to you for a second. As the mid lane player, can you tell us a little bit about what is the state of the mid lane right now in 14.10 and the next patch, 14.11? Because next week you're going to be playing on this one in the officials. How do you think mid lane fares right now, especially with the new items?
Well, I think the new Kleptomancy or the first strike rune is like impacting mid lane a lot. Like we see like Jace played this game, I played it, and it's like you just proc it and you're just farming gold. Overall, I really preferred like the 2 years ago maybe when the mid lane was just farming to 1v9 the game. Now you're more like supportive player. I think it's like this role is like you have to just really play according to the team right now. You're not as strong alone as you were before, but yeah, you just find strength through that spectrum, and it's fine, I think.
Okay, I would like to ask you one last question, not about this game, not clearly about Ultraliga, but about EMEA Masters. Have you seen the new format? Have you seen the changes? Are you aiming towards getting into playoffs and then smurfing in Europe? What are your thoughts about those changes, and how do you feel? Is it going to impact you, put a little bit of more pressure, spice things up in Ultraliga? What do you think about it?
Wait, could you tell me the changes? Like, is it like the format where you can just pick one champion, or which one?
No. We will have like 60 teams participating in EMEA Masters.
What?
Basically, the first 2 seats from Ultraliga are going into the Swiss format, and the third and fourth spot from Ultraliga are going into some kind of qualifications for EMEA
we have
Masters,
4
which means
spots.
Oh,
you
okay.
have 4 spots.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay, you learn something new every day. Okay. Well, I think it's great because like last times it was like only 2 teams were going, and whoever were like really wanted to go, it's like it was like harder. And now like everyone is watching you Masters, every scout is watching it, so it's like more place to shine for people, even like for the top 4 teams. And yeah, I think it's a really great change because as of last year and all the other U Masters, I think I played U Masters in like 2018 or something, and back then we had only 1 spot, which was like 10 teams in the whole league, and only 1 gets the spot. So it's not too many people can shine, even though there were like players like Etskas and Linsas who were playing in Baltic Masters back at that day, and now they're like this, but you know they didn't have a chance to show in the U Masters. So now a lot of more exposure, which is I think great for the esports scene, and yeah, I'm excited for it.
And we are excited for it too. And we're hoping that maybe Wolves are going to bless us with their appearance on the EMEA Masters this split. But Thomas, as we have this tradition on the interviews here at Ultraliga, the stage in the end of the interviews is fully yours. If you have any greeting or shout out to give, you can do so right now.
Well, thank you guys for believing in us. Who did not believe, and I'll just say fucking 07.
07 indeed. Thank you very much for the interview, Thomas, and good luck in
Thank
your
you.
games next week.
Thank you.
See
Goodbye,
ya,
guys.
see ya.
See you.
Oh my god, day full of surprises. I'm
Yeah.
just not going to say anything about the map number 4. I highly recommend everybody watching at home, grab a drink, grab a snack, and get ready.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. I can go, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job. Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Well, welcome back. After a short break, I do believe that everybody has their drinks and snacks and is ready for game number 4 of today's game. If you've been watching this whole broadcast today and yesterday, that then you know that everything could happen in the next match. Basically everything.
Absolutely everything. I don't know. Another base race, us totally losing the prediction, us maybe smurfing the prediction. I have no clue what's gonna happen, but that makes this game even more interesting because this is gonna be Zero Tenacity versus Forsaken. Zero Tenacity did lose their game yesterday. Forsaken did not. They in fact won versus Orbit Anonymo, and they did look really strong in their game yesterday. So I have no clue who's going to win right now.
Forsaken with a new roster of players, Forsaken with a new style of playing, basically having these three Korean players alongside with two Polish lads, probably leading the way, the duo mid jungle, always strong. But when we look at Zero Tenacity, the roster didn't change. We could think that they will be stronger and stronger and stronger as the time passes because they get more and more practice. And yesterday was really chaotic against, yes, back to the game, probably the second best team, as many do believe right now, but still, it was too chaotic for a team that just went 3-0 into the spring finals.
Yeah, they won the finals. They have already been the champions as the team, not as the same roster, but as the team in Ultraliga in the previous split. So yesterday was indeed really surprising for us because after having such a fantastic performance in the finals, after having the whole offseason to prepare, you would expect that Zero Tenacity, who love to boot camp in between the splits, would come refreshed and re-energized for this split. But yesterday, yeah, they didn't really look like that. Maybe it's just the curse of the first game of the split. Who knows? Maybe they're going to scale up today just like Wolves did after yesterday's game. Today it was a completely different performance, but Zero Tenacity have to prove it to us first.
Yeah, and playing against a team as Forsaken, for example,
Mhm.
that is aiming definitely to be in the top 4, you need to show your strength. You can't hold back. You can't say, okay, the first week doesn't matter. We can drop some best of ones here and there, and we will scale in playoffs, which will most probably happen because we do know the class and the quality of those players, of the organization, of the team itself. But you need to show strength from the beginning. You need to show everybody where is the place for them and where is the place for you. And as the reigning champions of Ultraliga, aiming to repeat the success, they just need to play a little bit better in the best of ones.
Yeah, honestly, that's true. Because this team does excel in the best of fives, and that's what they keep telling us. The best of five is their comfort zone. But in order to get to the best of fives, you first need to cut through the best of ones, and you need to be the best or almost the best to do so. In Zero Tenacity, need to step up a little bit. Today, I am expecting to see that. I'm not expecting it's going to be easy because Forsaken did look really decisive yesterday. Just the individual level of skill of players that they are bringing as this new roster to the Summoners Rift, it is insane, especially on the bot lane. To me, the bot lane performance was the best one with Tonki and Parasite having this otherworldly synergy between them.
I mean, last time we had Koreans in Ultraliga. I don't know if I recall correctly. We had like 2 amazing AD carries, and we sent them to what? This league called Alisia or something like that.
At least, yeah, like that small European league. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
It's a downgrade for them for sure. And one
I
of
mean,
them went to Brazil. Excuse me. Their
oh,
support went to Brazil.
so he knows how to go with his career, at least one. Yeah, we all remember Kabi, Noah, and Ice playing in Zero Tenacity. They did a great career. Actually, I don't know about Kabi, but you're telling me that he's doing just fine.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that's good for him, good for them. Let's see how the other Asian players in Ultraliga are going to scale their career. Because right now, I mean, just looking at one match, we can say that, yeah, they are all right. They know how to play league at a high level. They know how to outplay their enemies. But this might be one of the biggest challenges ahead of them.
But we had a little talk on the interview yesterday about the state of things in Forsaken as a team. And apparently they do have good communication because everybody communicates in good English and everybody understands what needs to be done as the team. That is always good news because whenever there's an international team, that's why I usually ask this question whenever we get new people from those mixed teams coming to the interviews with us. It's always a question about how well is the communication going for you. It's always easier when you all speak one language, especially if it's a mother tongue for everybody, because then the communication is very automatic. It's not something you really need to be thinking about. It's a flow. When everybody is from different countries and you need to find a middle ground, the middle language for you, sometimes it can be really rough and it can add additional difficulties. But it looks like for Forsaken, at least from what we heard from them yesterday and what we saw from them yesterday, it doesn't really exist.
Yeah, I was worried about the same thing, having 3 Korean players, one being born in UK, probably, yes, in UK. So, okay, he could work as a translator, from English to Korean and back, but if they are all communicating in English, if there's not a problem in the communication aspect of the gameplay, then we should focus on the gameplay itself. And we are starting with drafting champions, per usual, but before drafting, let's see some banning. No more Caitlyn, not on the 4th map.
First of all, I just remembered we forgot one more Korean from Zero Tenacity. There was Slowkey on the mid lane. He's still in the ERLs, but I'm struggling to remember where exactly he's playing right now. But it doesn't matter, it's just that there was one more Korean player.
You are right.
Oh, Smolder! Oh my god! Is he still alive?
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a bit.
God, they scared me there for a second. Thank you, Melodic. Thank you, Zero Tenacity. But yeah, it was just a hover. Thank God. It is going to be Jinx as a first pick for Zero Tenacity, who are playing on the blue side. By the way, blue side does have 100% win rate so far in these 2 days of Ultraliga, so Zero Tenacity have very decent chance.
Correct. 100% from the blue side. That's not something you would like to expect. And I just quickly checked what is going on in Slowkey. He's playing in Italy, and he just won the Spring Split. So.
Just casually, yeah, exactly.
Yep.
I remember he was on the EMEA Masters, but I couldn't remember where exactly he was playing. So yeah, good for him. We see we import really good Koreans here in Ultraliga, so everybody should be looking at Ultraliga because apart from good Koreans, we also have really good local players. We have just good players in general, and we have players who are casually picking Lucian as the first pick from Forsaken right after Vi.
That's interesting way of drafting. I mean, locking in Vi might not be something you don't see very often. It's a good picking of the first jungler, especially when you're playing against Jinx. You just press R and worry less about that she could escape. But going with Lucian opens a door called flexing a champion. Is it going to be mid lane? Is it going to be bot lane?
I would say it is still going to be bot lane because it is the Lucian Nami that is always available to you. You just go for it. As much as I still kind of hate this duo, I gotta say it works much better these days compared to what it used to be just, 2 years ago? Gosh, time flies. But yeah, it is a strong duo on the bot lane for Forsaken. And considering how much we saw from them yesterday in terms of the synergy between the two players, I expect a lot with this pick.
Yeah, in the previous season, actually in spring, we saw a little bit of Lucian plus Million. Nami was kind of forgotten. This duo actually came online whenever those champions were released and were just spamming during the time when Lucian or Nami were really, really strong into the meta. Then Milio came in, but right now we say bye-bye to Milio, bye-bye to Smolder. We are playing Lucian Nami on the bot lane.
Yes, against Jinx and Nautilus is not going to be the easiest of the task because Jinx does have enough of her own range. With Nautilus, she has a lot of kill pressure onto this lane. Nami does provide a lot of sustain. She has really good control as well, which is really hard to hit, but if it hits, you better pray or something. But Lucian does suffer sometimes from the range issues, especially before level 6. So it might be a tougher lane for Forsaken than they would like it to be.
Yep, it might be, and also when it comes to team fights, it might be really tough for them, even tougher, because right now you have two great engaging tools and a CC chain that you probably couldn't break.
That's true though. Yes, Sejuani with Nautilus works so damn great together. If they add in another melee champion to the roster, maybe engage melee champion for the top lane, it is going to be really hard for Forsaken. If the front lane of Zero Tenacity gets to their back lane, the back line is pretty much guaranteed to be dead.
Zero Tenacity were banning Camille and Azir. I am wondering why is it going to be Camille? Is Togepi playing Camille? Are they really afraid of this champion? I have heard that Camille is rock and rolling on the top. Brand locked in?
Brand jungle, I assume, for Forsaken.
Vital play?
Could be Brand mid lane still?
Where are we going with this? That's a surprise.
It's not exactly the type of champion Rapin plays, but it's not the type of champion I would be surprised to see Rapin play with. But yeah, it's a lot of unexpected flexing coming in from Forsaken. Zero Tenacity just do the safest thing possible, and they answer with their own way on the mid lane.
Is there a possibility to play Nami Brand on bot lane? Because just the E of Nami works so well with Brand. And then Nami will just pair with Lucian during the mid game and continue doing so.
It is possible indeed.
Oh my
I
god.
actually love to see that. That's not something I expected, but as you said, there is you can only expect the unexpected from Ultraliga, especially these days. But it's going to be Poppy as the last pick for Forsaken. Pretty much only Sejuani to block with the shield, the W from Poppy, but just a good pick regardless.
Okay, I'm still wondering
Brand
what's
mid
going
lane.
to happen, but yeah, Brand mid most probably. All right, that's going to be a case. I haven't seen Brand on the mid lane for years.
He's such a good jungler, and he's such an obnoxious support that it makes sense that we haven't really seen him being rotated too much to the mid lane. Especially, you just heard it from Domas in the previous interview we just had after the previous game. Mid laners these days are not really the carries, the killers of everything that moves. They're more of a supportive role. But Brand with the updated items, I feel like he can bring the carriness back into the mid lane.
I mean, yeah, talking about the burn from the torch, from the Liandry, from his passive ability, that's going to be painful. Facing against Hui on the middle, that's the matchup I have never seen in my life. So really looking forward what could happen on the game number 4 of today's broadcast.
Let's rock and roll, everybody. The last game of the day, the last game of the first week of the summer split of Ultraliga, but it's promising to be one of the most exciting ones we've had just recently, especially with the Brand on the mid lane. It's not going to be the easiest match for him in the way because Hui still outranges him, but it's a very decent range for Brand. It is really good wave clear for him, and if he hits anything onto Korotkiy is going to hurt. He's going to feel the pain. But there is one more thing I should say before we go any further into this game. There is a Nami on the bot lane, and I am lagging a little bit, but no, okay, it's fine. There is a Nami on the bot lane, which reminds me that a good friend of mine, who is also a League of Legends caster called Inami, has a birthday today. So this Nami is a present to you. Happy birthday, Inami.
Is it really a birthday of Nami?
It's not a birthday of League of Legends Nami, but it's a birthday of the Inami, the caster.
Okay, so happy birthday. Also from the side of me, and a little bit of poke from the side of Forsaken.
Exactly, that is also a message, a very different one from what I just sent, but I feel like it was not really well received by Dota because it hurts a little bit, but only a little bit, so it's fine. He doesn't even need to recall, can just go straight back to the lane and enjoy the laning phase.
Yeah, and joining the laning phase. Who's going to enjoy it more? As we are looking at mid lane, I am not sure what's going to happen. As we are looking at bot lane, I know for sure Lucian and Nami could dominate it as long as Erdota won't land an amazing hook, probably into the support. It looks like a better target to do so, to put an aggression early, but it's going to be a tough one for Harpoon and Erdota.
The thing is, as long as there is no hook from Erdota, it is easy for Forsaken's bot lane because they can outpoke them. The moment a hook lands onto anybody, it's game over for whoever was caught in the hook. So it's, you know, you win until you lose kind of situation.
Fair enough. On the mid lane, should be pretty much the same. Kofte will be okay, outranging, you know, just pushing until he gets the combination of free magic abilities from the side of Brand. That was a close one, to be honest.
Yeah, but the minion just saved Tongi's life, so... you see, when the hook doesn't land, it's still alright for Forsaken. They can keep pushing into the enemy. They can keep pressuring them. Oh, and it finally hits, and the damage is coming out. It's coming onto Tongi, and he has having died on him. He's burning down. Now that really hurt.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. You can pressure, you can poke, you can out-sustain until you're dead. And you just made one step into the danger of being put to sleep. Without a heal, the summoner spell, you need to be a little bit more careful, as Tenge is just going straight to base. Or maybe not.
There is a little bit mana left on Parasite, so they can have one. They can afford rather one more heal. They want to push in because look at that. Harpoon and Erdota are recalling, so Forsaken just waited for a little while longer. Maybe they can even stop some because no, they did stop Harpoon's recall. That is a perfect situation for Forsaken's bot lane. They're gonna hard push in with this wave, and then they can safely recall.
Looks like Harpoon is going to get pretty much everything from this wave, so that's not a big problem for him. And also the timing is not yet for the Drake nor Void Grabs, so it shouldn't be much of a problem for him.
But the Drake is gonna spawn soon, and again it's going to be the Ocean Drake. How many Ocean and Chemtech Drakes did we see in these last 2 days? Because I feel like they've been dominating the pit.
Yeah, feels the same for me, although I wasn't here yesterday to watch the full broadcast, sadly. It feels like whenever I hopped in, I saw the Ocean Drake being displayed on the screen.
I'm telling you, it's these 2 Drakes who are spawning constantly. We had the Mountain Soul in the meantime, but I think that's pretty much it, to be honest. Ooh, very nice throw coming in from Forsaken's bot lane. They have recalled safely. Remember, the Harpoon hasn't had a chance to recall yet. What is that, Erdota? The hitboxes on Nautilus are insane, but he has to flash away because otherwise the bubble from Nami is even deadlier.
Yeah, that looked great, but without Harpoon, you know, being in base, buying new items, or refilling his mana pool, that wasn't as dangerous as it seems while the hook was landing on the opponent. So it's alright for them. Erdota uses flash, but still has Hex Flash, so it's not that big of a deal for him.
Oh, what is happening there in the top lane? Melonic has no health. Togepi has no mana. By the way, if I am mispronouncing any of the names, especially for our new fellow Korean players, I deeply apologize because it's always a little bit of a gamble if you don't know how to properly read Korean names translated into English. So I probably do butcher them, but I don't do it out of spite. It's just a mistake, so I apologize if I do.
I mean, the same from my side. Parasite sounds easy.
Yeah.
Togepi is like okay, but the AD carry is tough.
We'll need to ask them. If we have the pleasure to have them on the interview one day, we'll have to ask about the pronunciation. Or anybody from the team if for a second wins today, despite both of our predictions. But Zero Tenacity want to change it a little bit because Blizzard is around. Harpoon just got a shot, but Blizzard is coming in together with Erdota. They are going on to Parasite. He is stunned. There is the first blood in the meantime. However, for the owner, Parasite is going to be the next one to be dead by Erdota. Erdota is dying and giving a double kill to the owner. It's a 1-for-2 and Forsaken are victorious.
Yeah, they saw all the way that Blizzard was just sneaking by, using the bashes, trying to do the lane gag, but they saw it, they prepared for it, and they played it really, really well. First blood coming for Exeoner alongside with the second elimination from this situation, plus the Drake. That's a huge win.
Exactly. That's kind of like third kill, right? I mean, the Drake, they did slay the Drake. If only the 2 kills that are on the other side right now could have happened for Tongi, because for Lucian, it is so damn crucial always to have those kills during the laning phase. But 2 assists are better than no assist or 1 assist, like it is for Harpoon right now.
Just look at how well they prepared for it. Just
The
look
bubble!
at the honor with the flash going for Harpoon. I mean, there was not a way in hell that he could have survived it.
Did you see that bubble from Parasite though? He has 2 people engaging onto him, and he throws a bubble right at them, so they are stunned. They cannot do anything to him at this time. Beautifully done. Yet again, the bot lane from Forsaken keeps surprising me with their movements.
Yeah, that's the quality of the players. Maybe the team is not playing super clean. Maybe they are, you know, still finding a way to cooperate, to communicate. But individually, they are great.
Oh, I forgot Xante also has the movements, which Togepi could stop with the shield, but now he has to stop it with the ultimate. Get out of that lane, Melonic, he says, because otherwise, with the all out, it could have been nasty.
But she's quickly back into the lane, still looking for some trades, but nothing lethal.
No, not really landing the Q3 onto the Gaby, plus the Gaby did have a shield that he had just picked up, so it's okay for Poppy. Poppy can recall. Neither of the top laners have the teleport, so the timing is fine for both.
Yep, and timing is really well for the bot lane of Forsaken, you know, just getting the BF sword, level 6, getting ready to dominate. Zioner is somewhere near with his ultimate ready, so maybe just looking for an opportunity to dive, or actually threaten a dive to be able to rotate, to get a deeper vision, you know, just utilize the position you are in right now with this dynamic duo of Lucian Nami.
I wonder what they could be fishing for right now, because there is still the bot lane that they could push in. On the mid lane, there is not really too much they could do with Wei. It's playing so safely on the lane, it's really hard to catch him off guard. And the Drake is not to be seen for another 2.5 minutes.
Okay, Blurzer is waiting behind the wall, but they won't get baited by it. They don't want to commit into any type of, you know, 2v2 situation, while Zioner is just recalling to the base to grab the first item, completed item of this game. Right now, the Vi is really strong. He could be looking for any skirmish he'd like.
Or Grubbies. Vi is strong, so it looks like the perfect time to go for the Grubbies. There is the pushed in wave on the mid lane, plus the TP on Ruffin is not ready yet, actually. It's gonna go off cooldown rather soon. Togepi is feeling, again, rather comfortable on the top lane, so it is a perfect setup for Forsaken to go and get 3 grabs into their pockets.
Yeah, without any problem whatsoever, although Blurzer is just coming this way, and the rocket is being sent, but misses.
That happens. What can I say? I don't think Zero Tenacity are gonna stop these Grubbies from happening. They have Kofti, how we're rotating from the mid lane. Forget what I just said. Blurzer is coming in. And Zioner is gonna leave the 2 Grubbies to Zero Tenacity. He doesn't really want to take this fight, even though Togepi is around.
Okay, I'm kind of surprised that Ravbin is teleporting that late into the mid lane, you know.
He didn't have a TP. He would like to teleport earlier, but he didn't have a TP. Harpoon, you would need a TP right now because you're dying. Oh, he doesn't die because the Nautilus is around. He's gonna save him. No, he's not actually. Parasite is gonna get him with the double here. But now Wayne's around as well, has a lot of damage with the ultimate. Maybe not enough just yet because there is still hail coming in from Nami. Lucian stays alive. The hook from a Dalton misses. He has to pay for it with his own life. And the next one is gonna be Copter. Beautiful seized and deceased, and you are dead at the spot.
They are just smurfing on this side of the map. What is Forsaken doing? Not leaving a position for Harpoon to even grab another wave of minions. Just zoning him and eventually killing him as he was not able to escape from the tidal wave of Nami.
It's really hard to escape when the tidal wave is coming your way, or when Melonic is coming your way if you're bottom. But no, That's fine. They're just having a little brawl. Speaking of brawls, 3 seconds before the Drake is going to spawn on the bot lane. Finally, a good position for Zero Tenacity to put in some vision to try to establish control around the pit. But I feel like there is going to be an answer from Forsaken, sorry.
It's a good position to try to be first on the river and just set up vision, but I don't believe that's a great position to fight. But let's have a quick recap of what happened on bot lane. The whole cooling into the face of Harpoon. Luckily for him, barrier was up, but he couldn't, you know, just go through the wall and escape the tidal wave. Then Korotkiy rotates towards the bot lane. He was able to do a little bit of damage, but it wasn't enough. And Erdota missing this crucial hook that could have ended as another elimination for Zero Tenacity, but went the other way around.
They could have at least had a kill to answer with for Zero Tenacity to secure a kill onto Tungi to answer Forsaken, of course. I apologize. But yeah, didn't happen. What did happen, however, is the second rig was secured by Forsaken, and it's another Mountain Soul. I swear, you know, we had one Hextech Soul yesterday, but that's it. All the other souls, the Mountain Soul has been the third choice, but that's it.
And one Hemtech Soul today, and I do believe that.
Oh, they're finding it. Whoa, what a bubble! What a bubble, and Erdoti is dead. Can they find Harpoon? Can they find anything else? Not really with the Chompers. Maybe Parasite is hunting. Maybe Zioner is hunting. Flashing forward, but you can't really... Oh, yes, cease and desist. Forget whatever I said. A beautiful bubble to finish it all up.
Parasite, my man. I mean, what's with the supports and their accuracy and engaged and... I'm once again missing a word for that, but Parasite with his bubbles is just outstanding.
Yes, I mean, that is the beauty with Anonymo when used correctly, because bubble is absolutely crucial, but it's really hard to land on its own. Ideally, as Nami, you want to pair it up with any other form of control, and with Zioner, it's working perfectly, because Zioner is coming in, he's having a little knock-up, he's having a little situation ship with the enemy, and right on top of that, lands the bubble from Parasite to seal the deal.
Yeah, that was once again really, really well played for the side of Forsaken. On this side of map, Zioner 401 right now. Lucian also had his opportunities to grab some eliminations, and as we are quickly looking at the gold, Zioner is having not that much of a lead, but on the bot lane is a whole different story.
Oh my god, it's more than 2k gold lead for Lucian compared to Jinx. I mean, Jinx does scale, but with Lucian being so ahead already, having completed the first item, having an item and a half actually in the pockets, while Jinx is still only working towards IE, the first item, this is a tough situation for Zero Tenacity to be in. At least they have secured the Herald, they have the objective bounties on the map, so it's some goal to look forward to.
Yeah, but they are, you know, having some problems with securing the first item on Harpoon. He's still missing his crucial Infinity Edge.
The whole clans from Erdoti and immediately followed up by the Glacial Priest and Flump Bruiser onto Parasite, but Parasite, with the moment he's out of control, he answers back immediately. This is going to be a dead Zioner for Zero Tenacity. They're fighting him, Cease and Desist is not gonna take you out of this. It is actually going to be a shutdown for Jinx as a sisterly rivalry there, but Korotkiy had to pay the price for it. A beautiful knockup from Togepi onto Zero Tenacity. Harpoon barely escapes it.
It looked like a really, really good fight for Zero Tenacity, you know. Zioner coming in a little bit too far, I'm sorry. But Forsaken managed to turn this on their side with Ravbin, with Brand just spamming abilities, AoE damage, burning and slowing everybody who's around.
3-9. More than 4k gold lead for Forsaken. This is looking rough for Zero Tenacity. At least they finally completed IE for Harpoon. At least they are an item and a half on this way right now, going to go into the black fight towards us, the second one. But Forsaken are still firmly in control of the game. They are in the lead, and soon they're going to extend this lead because Lucian is going to recall and most likely complete the second item, unless he is going to... Oh, he's not going to die, he just dashes away from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, but he's playing on the edge, and you need to be extra careful, especially when you're playing against Erdote on Nautilus. This guy, yeah, he misses sometimes,
The
but...
damage from Kofte is coming in. Very good tidal wave again from Parasite, but the ultimate from Kofte seals the deal. It's a kill, it's a turret, it's more gold for Zero Tenacity, and they're going for the second turret.
And I don't believe that anybody is going to stop him. I don't believe that the Lucian with a low mana pool and no extra item, which he wanted to buy like a minute ago, is going to do anything. That's a great, great step towards a potential comeback.
If only he had the chance to recall and buy that second item, but it didn't happen. We have heard the replay of this fight on the mid lane. Look at how many teleports are happening at the same time.
A lot of teleports. Everybody wanted to take a part into this, but in the end, Zioner was the first out. But the value of Lucian and Brand being able to deal damage while Poppy arrived was something that Forsaken needed.
Tongi actually is getting some damage. Kofte getting some as well. The Drake is up and running, but the carries of Forsaken and Zero Tenacity are kind of suffering with the case of low health situation. Tongi, oh, you're not where you want to be. Oh, Togepi, you also are not where you want to be, but you're fine. You're a Poppy. Can you say the same about your Lucian? He's trying to catch somebody. He's trying to deal the damage, but he needs to get so up close with the enemies. But finally, Roughbin is in this fight. It kind of started, hasn't ended yet, might be accelerated. Oh, you're getting removed, says GRP, removing 2 of Zero Tenacity out of the fight, which means the Drake is secured for Forsaken.
Poppy Airlines are wishing you a safe flight.
Or not very safe, but Poppy Airlines don't really care. Their job is just to send you away.
They landed safely with a little loss of health, but you know.
Did they clap in the end when they landed?
I don't know. Camera didn't went that way.
Good. I don't want to know.
Okay. That's a third Drake for Forsaken, by the way, and things are getting really tense right now because, yeah, Zero Tenacity, they are great at team fights and they have a nice composition when it comes to scaling, and they've been playing with each other and so on and so forth. But if they cannot stop the collection of the Drakes, which will eventually end up in taking a soul for Forsaken, then they will be in trouble.
They will be. And not just in that sense, in many other senses. For example, right now with Sioner jumping onto Blurzer and not letting him do anything in jungle. Erdote, though, he's jumping in. He's immediately bubbled up. There is a very nice style away from Parasite, and even more ultimates coming in. Sees, and this is onto Kofte. Doesn't really lead to anything. A Glacial Prison onto Sioner. Sioner is as good as that because Melonic says so and seals the deal too. GRP needs to flash over the wall because otherwise he would be as good as dead as well.
That's the case of Zero Tenacity, everybody. You cannot just let them do their things in teamfights. If you are putting the pressure, you need to be putting it constantly. You need to get the advantage on the early game and just continue pressing until the Nexus explodes. Otherwise, Zero Tenacity things might just happen. Did I just hear pew 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 pew?
No, no, no.
All right.
Why would you? Anyway, Zero Tenacity. The thing about them right now is that they're playing on the blue side. And again, we have had so far 100% win rate on the blue side out of these 2 days. I don't think they want to break this curse. I think they would be rather happy to have the legacy continue. At the same time, another interesting thing that is happening for them is that Kofte is not going apparently into the Blackfire Torch as a second item, or he just did buy a component for Leandri. He wants to have even more taking damage onto enemies, but I really wonder which one he's going to complete first out of the 2.
Yeah, and he needs to decide rather fast because if the tempo of this game continues, then he won't have enough time to complete both of them.
He needs to decide sooner or later, or rather sooner, because the Soul is coming the way of Forsaken. The Baron might as well be coming the way of Forsaken because they have been eyeing that Baron pit for quite some time now.
By the way, that's a Liandry purchase from the side of Kofte. Harpoon completing Phantom Dancer. Blurzer with 2.5 items, mostly supportive to his teams, but also making him really tanky, as a Sejuani should be, which means that Zero Tenacity, yes, they are ready for upcoming fights. The gold lead is not that great for Forsaken. They have 3 additional Drakes, which won't convert straight into gold, but will provide you some cool statistics like regeneration, damage, and survivability. Tankiness.
Exactly that. By the way, Kofta even sold the Faded Ashes, which is the component for Blackfire Torch, in order to completely under as soon as possible. There is the problem of killing 2 Gepi soon enough and dealing with Sioner, who is constantly jumping into the back lane. Bluerzor is doing the same, by the way, barely escaping the bubble from Parasite, but Zero Tenacity keep pushing in. They want to prepare the grounds for the objectives.
They are preparing every inch of the land to just get control over the Drake, to not let Forsaken secure the soul. Looks like Forsaken are retreating for now, just completing items. Maybe they have some really great plan of trading objectives. I don't believe that Zero Tenacity should allow it, you know, to trade 1 Drake for the whole Nashor and his blessing. But we'll see how Forsaken plays it out.
Forsaken would be okay to give up this Drake. Of course, having the soul would be really nice, but if it means they could gain something else on the map, I can see them going for that very thing. Which means that for Zero Tenacity right now, they absolutely must find a good fight. Problem is, Forsaken want to do the very same thing. They want to find a good fight, and they have so much poke on their side, with a brand especially on 2 items, and Twonky is dealing a lot of damage on the Blurzo, and finally the fight is completely unleashed. Yoner is having a lot of damage on these hands. Completely, the ultimate from Poppy is removing Harpoon from the fight, but the moment Harpoon is back, Melonic is dead, but Harpoon tries to fire, but who can you fire? Everybody is so far away from you, my brother. Forsaken are taking you apart one after another.
They are tanky. They stood the ground for so long, but not long enough to do a difference here. Forsaken securing 3 eliminations, Forsaken securing the soul, and maybe even Baron Nashor here.
Who's gonna stop them? Who's gonna stop them? Look at Blurzer. He's dead for another 14 seconds. Forsaken are going for it. Harpoon is around, but has really low mana. Doesn't have the ultimate for quite some time still. And Forsaken, they have the power of Rough Pain on their hands. They are taking it extremely quickly. God damn it, they're taking everything on the map.
Yeah, TP is coming in, but I don't believe that there is a slight, even the slightest of chances to stealing.
Yeah, don't get me. You better get out of this. You will not, but we will remember your sacrifice, because it's 1 kill for Harpoon, but it's a full-on Baron Nashor for Forsaken.
Yeah, that's a great sacrifice from his side to make sure that everybody can safely escape. But let's once again look at this fight. How did it start? With Poppy going in on Kofta, sending Harpoon away without carries, without the damage. You cannot do anything. And as I have mentioned before, yes, you are tanky. Yes, you could stay your ground for a couple of seconds, but without, you know, any counter, any punch toward enemy, without anything, Zero Tenacity cannot simply win the fight, because they are Zero Tenacity.
Oh, the Glacial Prison from Blurzer is going to miss this time, but for Forsaken, everything is fine. Everything is under their control. They have massive amount of wave clear on their hands, which means with the Baron Nashor, it is a blessing with no curse hidden underneath it. They're pushing through 2 lanes right now. Rather slow push from to get it, because he is far away and he needs to go through 2 waves of minions until he's going to bring his own ones towards the enemy's turret. But Forsaken are not wasting any time on the mid lane. They want to push in. However, they need to be careful because Erdote is hunting.
It's starting.
Going. Oh, that is a lot of damage onto Melonic and onto Kofta, but Erdote is going in. The hunter has found the prey, but is the prey going to die? Because Kofta is already dead. Ziona is on the back line of Zero Tenacity. Same as to Gabian. He gets them all down. Double kill for Ziona. Double kill for Forsaken. Double game for Forsaken apparently, because for sure they're going to 0 this week.
They are just going to take everything that's ahead of them. Does the tier 2, does the tier 3, does the inhibitor, are they going to stop here? I don't think so. They are aiming straight for the Nexus.
Yes, and Blurzer is around. Blurzer wants to stop them. Blurzer has a lot of health, but Blurzer, what can you do? I'm sorry, man. You're just one Sejuani against the army of the enemies, and they're taking down all of your turrets, and they are taking down your Nexus. The curse, everybody, has been broken. Red side wins. Forsaken wins. Forsaken end the week with 2-0, and Zero Tenacity ended with a surprising 0-2.
Is it the day that basically every underdog of today has won? You believe that?
Wait, quite possibly, actually.
I feel like our predictions are doomed. I feel like the league and the standings are just going, upside down every match.
Yeah.
Every expert is just shaking his head and not believing what just happened today.
But speaking of experts, how about we actually bring a real one to this desk? Because we have the pleasure of having Ekin on the interview with us. Hello, Ekin. Welcome back to Ultraliga. Welcome back to our interviews. How are you doing after just having your team close the week with a 2-0?
I mean, something was wrong answer because I'm Mako, not Ekin. Ekin is on a Polish interview.
Oh, hello.
That's right, by the way.
Production?
Yeah. It was supposed to be swapped, yeah? Ekin is going to Polish interview. Yeah.
So let's start over.
Okay,
Hello,
okay.
Mako. How are you? after this amazing 2-0 week, not only winning with this whole new roster of Forsaken yesterday, but actually beating Zero Tenacity today. Why are you not shaking? Why are you so calm?
I mean, after some screens we played, we know that we are a really strong team. And like it was kind of surprising because we didn't thought that the game against Z10 will be let's put it that way, we stomped, right? Especially in the mid late game. So yeah, we played really well, but I also think that Z10 for sure can do better. So it was also because of that.
Can you do better? Do you think there is a high ceiling for Forsaken as a team in this split?
Or we are just getting started. So yeah, we are improving every day. So it's just the beginning.
That's a good promise. I like it.
I do believe that yesterday you guys asked a question about the communication in the team. How is it that the 3 Korean players are actually communicating with 2 Polish lads? I want to ask, how is it per the perspective from the side of coaches, from the side of staff? Do you find, communication is not a problem, but what about, the working culture of the Asian people? Are they really just, focused straight on the first place, improve, get rid of everybody and grab this trophy of the Ultraliga?
I mean, for sure they know that it's a big chance for them to show up here, and they are working really hard. So yeah, I can agree that they have it in their blood, this work culture. Yeah.
Okay, I gotta throw a personal question here because we had a lot of questions during the draft, all the good questions, of course, but I got a question about Brand. We don't see Brand that much on the mid lane. Wait, I need to sneeze. I will not. That's good. We don't see Brand on the mid lane that much these days because the mid lane meta has shifted quite a lot in the past. We see him going to the jungle, we see him going to the support. Judging by the fact that your team decided to go for the Brand on the mid lane, you do believe there is a place for him there, but how good of a place do you think it is for him compared to the other roles he can occupy?
I mean, I can say that we have a lot of picks to cook in the Ultraliga.
That's good.
So yeah, I think in our perspective, from what we can play from Ravbin, this is really good pick for him. So it's also comfort for us to play with Brands. Champ still seems to be kind of OP because even if you are behind, you are putting so much damage into your enemy, especially if they need to engage into you. So yeah, we feel like it's kind of strong pick and it's big comfort for Ravbin for him. Yeah.
That's great to know because we were wondering, are you going to put Brand on the bot lane with Nami or what was actually going to happen during the draft? But now we have this one thing clear. And I want to ask the one last question from my side, from heart, from the second division, actually, because you've been in Ultraliga, you've been in the second division, and you have the opportunity to observe many players in the second division that actually made it to the first ERL. Not only Ultraliga, but many other leagues around here. Do you feel like the second Ultraliga is actually the place where the talents are developing, and the main ERLs, for example, like Ultraliga, is the place where those guys are just finding a good place to showcase their skills? Is the second Ultraliga like a forge of talents?
I mean, I think it all depends from the organization. Like from my experience from Insane, I need to admit they gave good fundamentals for players to grow. We just made, unfortunately, out of mistakes in the previous split. We learned from that. So yeah, I think there are teams in second Ultraliga that can provide a good facility, a good coaching staff for the players. So yeah, it is for sure possible. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input, and thank you very much for coming to this interview with us. But as you might know, there is this tradition here in Ultraliga. At the end of the interview, the stage is yours. If you have any greeting or shout out to give, maybe in your native language, you can do so right now.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it would be long. I just wanted to greet my girlfriend Emilia, that is supporting me all the time in what I'm doing. I want to greet my family, all of person that are watching this, and all of the cast of the Ultraliga. So yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you very much. Again, congratulations with the 2-0 week,
you.
and we can't wait to see what you're going to be cooking for us in the upcoming weeks.
Thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you. So Mako, the assistant coach from Forsaken, has just joined us for the interview. Second day of Ultraliga, still no interview with Zero Tenacity, which is worrying because who could have predicted that they would close this week with a 0-2?
I don't believe that anybody was even trying to predict that. And if somebody did, I'm hoping that they get, I don't know, a load of money for it, because
And a
it's
hug.
like, I don't know. I don't know. This week, the first week of me joining the cast in the 12th season, the first week of me doing the real preparation, just looking at some tier lists, just trying to listen to Gadają w Sporcie and many other sources, getting all those informations, and I'm probably like last in the predictions, because I don't believe I hit a single one today.
I did hit the 1 point today that I'm very proud of, but I will need to look at the prediction sheet afterwards. But you know who is feeling very lucky in the result of this week? It is GRP Esports and Forsaken, because both of them are finishing this week with a beautiful 2-0 in the pockets.
Yeah, they should be happy. They should be proud of how they played League of Legends this week, and they should not stop. They should just continue the improvement, continue the hard work, and the other teams need to catch up. Back to the game. Zero Tenacity, Orbit, Anonymo. You need to wake up. The top 3 teams from the previous seasons are basically right now the bottom 3.
Yeah, it's rather interesting that the only 2 teams that we have going 0-2 as a result of this week are the teams that were the champions of Ultraliga, that were always going the first 2 places, Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo. How have the tables turned?
That's crazy. And it's just the first week of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Season 12. A lot of amazing things are coming our way in the upcoming weeks. I can't wait to see it. I'm not ready. I wasn't prepared for today. I don't know how to prepare for the next upcoming days. But we have this break for the next couple of days to just clear our minds, gather our thoughts, and get ready for action.
Yeah, because I'm expecting a lot of action coming our way next week. We'll have some more matches. We're still going through the first half of the double round robin, so all the teams have to greet each other for the first time in this split before they're going to go and have rematches with each other.
All right. I do believe that's everything we could say today. I am still, a little bit sick, and I am still a little bit shocked of what I have experienced today. So maybe that's the best time to just end it here.
Quite possibly, yes. This is the good time to say thank you very much, everybody, for watching our show today. Thank you very much for Majutek, who was casting with me today. Usually our pre-show host today, also my Calacaster. My name is Solari, and we are very happy to have you here today. And we can't wait to have you here next week when more matches of Ultraliga Season 12, the summer split, are going to be coming our way. Until then, stay safe.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Saying, I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.